Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 4:48 in the afternoon. It's 12:20, 25, and it's a Saturday. Hey, it's Saturday. Sweet. It's 70 degrees, and as you can see from the clock on the wall, it is Saturday, 4:48, 70 degrees, 12:20. And what's up, guys? I love you guys. It's 5 days to Christmas, and I don't give a fuck. How you guys doing? I just went grocery shopping for 3 hours, got my tires rotated, and I live down far away from where the car parks. Well, not far, but a couple hundred feet from where the car is. So I had to move all my stuff down to the freezers and to the fridge and clean the kitchen. Now I'm having a Diet Pepsi. I haven't had anything to eat today, but I do have a freezer full of food. And so I will go get food and stuff. I'm just kind of looking at my channels and getting ready. And I'm going to be playing some games and stuff. I downloaded Starfield to my drive, and I want to see how that runs. As I want to download my mods on Starfield and see what it's like to run it off my drive, so I don't have to deal with a 15-minute login every single time I want to play the game, or GeForce Now disconnecting me. And I figured maybe I would do something like, I don't know, Once Human on GeForce Now, or I don't know, something else. Some other game's gonna come. Like every day until every day till like January 6th, Epic is giving away. I'm gonna drop it out the big face now. But hi guys, I love you. How you doing? It's so good to see you. How you doing? So we'll look at all the stores and we'll do all this stuff. I'm logging into Starfield and I will see if the settings are what they should be, or if it has my settings saved, or if, and I also need to download 60 gigs worth of mods, which will probably take like 15 minutes. And then, hopefully we should be okay. But, yeah, I think I can just log in, load my character, it'll download mods, and then, and I think we should be okay. Epstein Files bomb, Ari Melber on the unredacted docs, new FBI notes, flight logs, and a heat on DOJ. Diet Pepsi. Doesn't it look good? It looks so good. So, Dave Chappelle calls out Diddy's arrest and Bill Maher in Unstoppable special. Yeah. Bill Maher's somebody I've never, ever been able to like for some reason.
Reporting live from Rappers Club in Atlanta for Comedy Hype News, I'm John Alba. On Saturday, Dave Chappelle will surprise viewers with a new comedy special entitled The Unstoppable, which is a censored version of the full title within the special called The Unstoppable Nigga Act. For roughly over an hour, Chappelle would highlight current events intertwined with personal stories for an audience in D.C. Specifically, he would discuss the backlash he would receive for performing in Saudi Arabia, Charlie Kirk shooting, and more in the surprise special. Now, when it came down to his response to performing in Saudi Arabia, he would push back on people criticizing him like political commentators.
Let's go back. Let's cue some stuff on that page. It will build a whole thing to watch. So, Ari Melber is a lot more... alright, whatever. You just didn't do that same way. You just redid the fucking thing. Oh my god. I can't believe they let Luigi walk. I can't believe it. Epstein Transparency Day. 50 Cent responded to Christian Combs. I can't believe that. Status Quo News. Oops, no. Close the player, and I'm going to try again. Fucking piece of shit. So, try again. No. Well, yes. Oh, Jasmine Crockett's live for a huge Senate announcement. This is live, but it's old, right? Jasmine Crockett yelled at Trump. Illegally recording. Dave Chappelle calls out Diddy's arrest and Bill Maher, an unstoppable special. It's kind of Saturday dry. You can see it. We seized an oil tanker by Venezuela. We'll take that. And then... Is 7 Days to Die fun again? No, I doubt it. Things you used to pay for the... I see the orange face on Jimmy Kimmel. I see the orange face on Bill Maher. I see the orange face. It's men who have too much money who get bored and buy underage hookers. It's actually a lot less interesting than people think it is. It's disgusting and terrible. And here's Asmund Gold endorsing a pedo politician. Epstein and Friends, a photo album from Josh Johnson. That'll be good. And the shocking cover-up with Hassan. Trump moves to denaturalize citizens and birthright citizenship and halt visa lottery. That's a good enough. That's a good enough list right there. Just queued up goddamn like 5 hours worth of videos. So next we step to Starfield and we take a look at this and see how it runs with other stuff going. Gonna fire up X4. Yeah, I get it. Let's go. Creations are here. Enhance your thing with creations. Please enjoy 1,000 creation credits. Spirit thing with credits being explained in the content. Yes. I hope you give me 1,000 credits. Did you give me 1,000 credits? No, you lie. Liar, software developer. I would sue you in court for that. You lied directly to me about $10. Used to be we put you in jail for that. But we don't punish software developers. So, load. Yeah, this is me, my save, so maybe it'll just download all my things. So I'm gonna have to kill the music. And I might have to do all the settings, which sucks. It sucks so bad. Maybe if I load, it'll get all of it. I don't know. Will this mess up my GeForce Now copy too? I don't know. Yeah, download now. This will be a while, but then once I've downloaded, I'm just done. I'm full done. And then I don't disconnect off Starfield all the time, so I can just start playing it like Rust, where I live on that ship, and who cares if I'm currently killing dudes in a monument or not. And yeah, so now let's see if we can get X4 and Starfield to run better. I'm going to try and phase GeForce Now out of my life. And I have it until November if other good single player or MMO games come this year. I will keep GeForce Now if Grand Theft Auto 6 is on GeForce Now, because I'm going to need it to play Grand Theft Auto 6 on GeForce Now. If I can't, then I will just stop paying GeForce Now for premium, because I don't need it. I've got a 4060 Ti. It was only $400. It's a great card. I can always buy a new card now, like a 5060 Ti, probably for $400, like next year. And so, or I don't know, maybe not that cheap, but I could probably honestly buy maybe I could find a seller that isn't a liar who's like, yeah, this car's not been used. It's just the box has been opened. See if I can't find somewhere on the internet like a 5060 Ti, maybe like next summer. Blow like a couple of months thing about it. What's up, kitty? Yeah, are you bored? You bored, kitty? Well, let's play with you, huh? You want to play? Yeah. Are you looking to play? You want to play? Are you playing, kitty? Oh, my kitty is blind. My kitty's blind. Oh. My poor kitty. She's like listening to it cut through the air. It's crazy. She's got such crazy ears. She can hear it. She can hear it flying through the air. She's killing it. Oh, look at the kitty. She's so beautiful. Yeah. I'm going to put her on big face. She's blind. Poor sissy, you've gone full-blown blind. I don't think you always were blind. She's such a beautiful kitty for such a terrible problem like that to happen to her. Poor kitty, she's blind. Yeah, she can like see it and hear it. She does this thing now where she licks her legs. She's got like a neurotic thing when she's frustrated about not being able to see something. She licks her legs in anger. It's crazy. She gets all stirred up and she's like, I'm so annoyed. I'm going to lick my legs now. Yep, kill it, kill it, kill it, kitty. Yep, kill it. Good kitty. Good kitty. Good kitty. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, is it time to play with you? Oh, you cute little kitty. Poor sissy. I'm so sorry you're blind. It seems like all the other terrible shit that's happening right now. I'm not surprised. My cat's blind. My mother's getting old. My country's getting like retarded. My fascists have taken over. My cat's going blind. It's just like, what is there anything good? I'm sorry for being so negative. And on top of it, my cat goes blind. It's like, just like, goddamn, man. I feel for her because she's like the perfect feline. That's such a crushing thing. She must be so annoyed with it. She's like, I can't see things I used to see. I can see her be angry sometimes. Kill it, kitty. Yeah, bite it. Yeah, you can bite that thing. Bite it. You cute little kitty. Maybe I can tilt this downward. Yeah, I can. Yeah. And then maybe put you like that or something, or like that. Yeah, there. I love cat dancers. My poor kitty, she got bored. She's stir crazy. And there hasn't been enough sun lately. Good kitty. Kill it, kitty. Kill it. She's blind. She like misses. She like misses the thing because she's half blind, if not like full blind. Poor kitty. She can see fuzzy shapes, I think, is what it is. I wonder if I think she does have high blood pressure. She's kind of a high-strung cat. I think she's got high blood pressure, and maybe we could give her pills for it. Nope, she's not going to play with it anymore. She's done with it. Okay, well, we played, kitty. Sorry, I'm just doing my stuff, doing my thing. I care about my cat's health, mental health care and all this. So I'm just like spending time with her. I'm sorry that takes me away from my job. It's just, it's the right thing to do. I'm sorry about that. Real life first. Okay, so how's this going? Oh, all creations. Yeah, we're in. You didn't say my settings, though, did you? You suck. I'll have to do all of that, which is so annoying. I don't know if it matters. Yeah, a lot of mods have to load. I'm scared they're going to make me restart my character when they do this crazy 2.0 thing. That's going to annoy me so much. I've spent 600 hours or something.
The Epstein File Transparency Day is here, thanks to legislation which forced the government to finally release the Epstein files. Is it going to be Republicans, Democrats? Who is on that island? I gathered all the documents they released, but first we have a little word from Todd Blanche, our Deputy Attorney General.
So yes, so today is the 30 days where, and I expect that we're going to release several 100,000 documents today, and then over the next couple weeks.
With black boxes all over him like goddamn Nixon as you pull your same old bullshit that you did in Watergate and Vietnam.
I expect several
Fucking
100,000
cocksucker.
more. There's a lot of eyes looking at these, and we want to make sure that when we do produce the materials we're producing, that we're protecting every single victim.
Wait, so turns out, first of all, the files that got released today, they aren't actually all the files, even though by law they should have been. So yeah, the first thing you need to know about these files is that they are not all the files, and we have no idea which ones they held back and are gonna release later. And the second thing I want to tell you about are the redactions that are made. This is one of the most prominent things when you look at these files. You'll see there are a lot of just blacked out stuff, and look, sometimes that makes sense, right? If you say, look, we are redacting a victim's face. Like, totally get that, and clearly that happened in some instances. You know, CSAM was not
9 days, 5
totally
hours.
Get that. I'm all about that, and actually agree with the government. However, remember that Jason Leopold reported that sometimes what they were calling
they're
the
running at
Epstein
the same time,
Transparency
which is
Project,
good.
they also were calling the Special Redaction Project, meaning some people did not like being in there. And you kind of see that reflected in some of the redaction choices, because some of these redactions just don't seem to make sense. And this is what they've already released. Remember, there's files we just don't know about because they haven't actually released the full files yet. They've released some of them. But for example, the BBC reported that a judge ruled that Ghislaine Maxwell's grand jury records can be unsealed. So, you know, all of us were wondering, okay, where are those? Well, they're redacted. Actually, 119 pages of some of these files were just like redacted fully. Like, you couldn't see anything in these files. There's literally no details except it just says Grand Jury New York, and it's just like pages and pages of redaction. I mean, you can't see anything. This is part of the Transparency Day, Transparency Act. So that is a weird look, but other redactions are also really strange. For example, we have this message among the documents where it seems to be Jeffrey Epstein getting a message that says, I have a...
I want to look at a video about making gold on World of Warcraft fishing.
Did you guys ever wonder, can you make good gold per hour with fishing? Well, today we are going to see, since on the video where I shared stuff I do to afford a WoW token, someone commented this, and it got me kinda interested. Well, how much can you actually make with fishing for a full hour? And now, enough of the fun, but actually, it really did get me interested how much money can make in 1 hour, and today we are going to find that out. And to start off, I will explain to you where most of your gold comes from, and that is from the Coletti.
I don't believe you. Load.
Or,
I don't think you're loading. I think you're gonna break.
the Slum Shark, sorry.
I think you're broken.
Slum Shark and
Oh, you're gonna crash.
Slur. Okay, I'm fucking stupid. And as you can see, only one is going for 949 gold. And you might
Wait,
be wondering,
what?
why is that? It's because they are used so much in cooking feasts, recipes, and so on, and people are still defeating this current rate here of the bosses, and hence the prices are so high. Now, where is it found? It's found mostly in Hellowfall, or at least last season when I did this, it was Hellowfall. I did in Hellowfall, and it's also found in Ashkashet, but not any swimming pools. It's found in the bloody pools, or however they are called. I'm going to fly there and show it to you. Now let's see, where do we want to start? I guess it doesn't really matter, let's just go here. And let's see, have I said everything? Yeah, and about fishing a bit. The thing is, fishing is no regular profession. As you can see, I have a fishing tool, fishing rod, and there is nothing else that you can have. Also, thing to notice, you do not have knowledge points or anything like that, you just have skill. You start with skill 1, and the thing is, you want to, once you are skill 1, you want to fish in Isle of Dorn.
It won't load.
Get it up, and once you get it up to like, I think 75 or maybe even 100, you want to go to, what is the name? Oh my god. You want to go to the ringing deeps. You want to continue your fishing here to increase it even further a bit, and then my recommendation would be maybe with 140, 150 that you go into the Hello Fall. Here it says recommended skill 225, but I did this even before, and even now I'm below 225. Now also, what should you note? Yeah, to get to like 200 skill, it will take you maybe 2 hours. Get a better fishing add-on, and then you want to play something on your second screen, maybe some podcast or anything that you like, and then you can basically do that whilst you fish. I'm going to wait to get to the place, and then I'm going to show you how I'm going to be doing this. Okay, now. For example, this I have from before, a cursed gowfish. You're going to basically fish this, and you're going to get to a debuff. Once you get the debuff, or basically once you fish this, you want to throw it back in the pool, and you will get 15 perception. You want to do that for every single one that you get. I'm going to destroy them. They can be destroyed, well, sorry, but please do not type, I already had it in your inventory. And then basically you want to fly around and look for pools. I won't start my hour just now, I want to show you. That is calm surfacing rifle, we are not interested in that. Another one, we also don't care. And of course you can always activate and deactivate your tracking, but this is what we are interested in. Okay, now. Tracking the fishes, you can basically do that from here. You can find
I'm going to put it all on low and then run a custom setting. Yep. How's the frames now? How does it look now? I think it's the exact same as when it's high. And the frames are better. It's getting weird about my mouse for some reason. I don't really... Oh, requesting immediate backup. What do you mean? Some kind of thing. It was like, I don't know. I can't move my mouse totally. I don't know why, though. Oh, maybe Starfield and this game are like fighting each other. I don't know. Yeah, there's like something preventing me from looking left. It's weird. It's weird. It's like, it's almost like a windowed thing or something. I don't know what it is. Maybe if I open menu, it'll fix it. No, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Might be Starfield is full screen. That might be, or something. I don't know. Might be the Starfield settings. It might be my settings that it isn't loading. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think I can. I've like left Starfield as, or I don't know. Maybe I could. Maybe I would just do a new character. I guess because it's like I don't know. I could do hardcore, like a new character, because it won't disconnect me ever. And yeah, that would be really fun. Fucking hardcore. On the highest difficulty I could possibly get and take it all super serial. When you kill guys, it feels like you really deserve it.
Find fish, find materials, and so on. But this is what we want to see. Oh my god, it's loud. Thankfully you do not have the audio, but basically I enhance the audio so I can hear if I'm looking at my other screen or whatnot. The only thing that you are interested in mostly is these blood in the waters. And sadly here we didn't get one, but maybe here we do. Let me just move that here. And this is basically everything that you're going to be doing. You're being stand here, fish, and probably look at something on your other screen. Sadly, also not the fish.
What up, boys, and welcome back to yet another video. So in today's video we got a shit ton of different fishing farms, and me personally, not a big fan of fishing, but I know from experience that a lot of you guys are enjoying fishing. So in this video we're going to go through a ton of different fishing farms that you can do for gold. So this can be a video that you can return to at a later time whenever you want something new to fish. And before we take a look at that, I gotta remind you guys that I'm currently doing a massive Easter sale where Johnny Boy is back and giving you 69% discount on any of the gold guides. So it doesn't matter if you're playing gold guides. A massive thank you. Fishing is something, as I mentioned, that I'm not a huge fan of, but I definitely see the
Why are you doing a
appeal to
fishing
why
video?
people enjoy it. And we got a lot of fishing farms, 10 farms, more than 10 items. So we're going to quickly do a recap on the farms that I'm going to show in this video. So first of all, we've got an absolute classic, and that is the dark wood fishing pole. A very valuable fishing pole. It used to be like 1 to 2 million gold, but I've made a video on it before, and it has since then gone down in value. It is a unique appearance, so people, they buy it not because they're actually planning on using the fishing pole to fish with, but they want the appearance. And you can get it or fish for it in a couple of different locations. I have heard so many people, though, the vast majority of people, getting it from this little lake right underneath Taran.
South of Taran Mill, you can make 1 million gold fishing. And the old fish are probably work more and more because they're skill up fish too. And then when you get it, you just sell for 2 million gold. And 2 million gold. I mean, yeah, would that buy midnight? I wonder if I should go fishing. This doesn't seem to be working. It's like just in this permanent load. Does GeForce Now store settings locally for games? Does GeForce Now store game settings locally? Fuck, they don't share settings, and that's probably why I can't log into this, because one of these mods doesn't like a setting I have, I think. And it's never gonna load. Which is just a terrible problem. Oh, so if I wanted to, I could have them run Arc Raiders. It's... Oh, a terabyte is $8 a month? Oh no, 1 terabyte, $8 a month. All I need is... So they're saying that maybe GeForce Now will... Yeah, you're like stuck in a permanent load now. I want to Alt F4 this game. So, I don't know. The only thing I can think of to get my save running on my copy of Starfield is trying to get the settings right first. Let's go look at GeForce Now. I knew it was going to be something. I don't mind the GeForce Now wait, I suppose, because there is other games that I have to play. And I could just get used to that, and that way I always have, like, the best fucking graphics card on the market. And that's the best way to play Starfield, really. Let's look at GeForce Now. I'm going to look at Starfield. I'm going to look at the options. Fuck. So, let's try one more time, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get into this copy of fucking... or into my save on Starfield, which sucks. I don't know how. I guess I could take a picture of the settings. I could play a different character. I could go hardcore on this character and just play my main... yeah, I could go modded character, no achieve run, because now, and I could play a hardcore character in the background, and when I want to main it for like 2.0 and stuff like that. No, I mean, I'm glad I have Starfield installed, and I'll try one more time, but I don't think it's going to get me into this save, which fucking sucks. I can't believe that. I guess I'll mess with the settings. And I think I know myself well enough to do the settings again, but there's so many mods. No, I need my settings saved. And I guess I would have to make like a new character, which is just so shitty. But it would be cool because like I could do a hardcore character because it wouldn't disconnect me off GeForce Now and kill the character all the time. And that might be more fun, honestly. I don't know how it'll play with X4 and Grand Theft Auto 5. I don't think it will. This game's chunky. I think I need to play this game on GeForce Now. My card won't run this card with other games. Won't run this game. Let's try continue and just see if it gets in. It didn't prompt me for mods this time. I can run like really specific hardcore rule set for myself in Starfield, and then all the items would feel like money, and I would move very, very slowly because every credit would matter. You know, so I could buy meds and blend and stuff like that. And yeah, hardcore might be better. I don't know though. I don't know. But also I think Starfield is like the chunkiest game like out there, short of like X4 or like Once Human. It's like one of those that's like super chunky. They did not hold back on the graphics. So running it off my card might really lag Grand Theft Auto 5, X4, etc. I already turned down the settings on X4 because I realized I was like, I don't know, something about it. I mean, yeah, I'm not playing this game. If I was playing it, I would just bump the graphics to high, but I'm not playing this game, so I'm going to keep it in low. Settings, graphics, low, off. Shadows should be off. I'm going to turn the parallax off and the LOD. Yeah, maybe I bumped some of it, like the... No, I do want the detail of the objects good. And effects. Yeah, that's stuff that I think is actually, like, crucial. There's a HUD radar, but I don't think I use it. Yeah, like, and then screen space, reflections, reflection pros, and reviews of currently visible options, improved environment reflections, volumetric fog, cockpit, and the UI glow intensity. This is the lowest I can get X4 and still play it, and then it doesn't tax any other games on my drive. Yes. Please work. Okay, and I'll come back in like 7 minutes and just check and see how it's, because that's usually how long it takes or whatever. Or no, it takes like 15 or something. So we'll let it run, and I'll run a 15-minute timer, and I'll go do other stuff like play Grand Theft Auto. Yeah. And we'll see how Grand Theft Auto and X4 and Starfield running all at the same time does. Oh, yeah, the store, right? What's the free game? It's Blood West. Blood West is a Weird West Legends meet Eldritch Horror, and Blood West, an immersive stealth FPS. I mean, first-person shooter? No, I don't think so. It's too milsim coded. I'm sorry. I am abandoning the rough side of my nature, and I'm going to embrace the soft. To quote Cloud Candy, I become aware that it's like society is become society's goal to destroy all softness. And I do have a soft side, and I'm going to embrace it. And I used to try to act hard because I felt like I needed to be a big dick man or whatever. And I just don't think I need that anymore. More games that were all fucking boy coded or right-wing coded or cowboy coded or soldier coded. I'm not going to play. You've got to do something deeper, a little bit more intellectually stimulating. I could pay for persistent, but I can't even download. Yeah, let's go look at my account real quick, and then let's see what it costs to upgrade. Because the numbers they said seemed really, really, really low. If it's that low, if it's like $7, I'll pay it. What, kitty? What? Don't meow at me like it's my fault that you're bored. It's not my fault you're bored, kitty. You have decided to be that. Okay, so here we go. I'm looking at this. I don't think it's going to dox me. 156 hours, 40 minutes played over 194 sessions. Playtime resets on December 28th, 2025 at 5:26 p.m. Ultimate 12-month. Next billing on September 27th. September. Wow. For 200. Payments, We're looking for upgrade storage, yeah. No, look how expensive this is. I mean, the reason they say $7 is because you have to shell out $80 for 12 months. I mean, but that is sort of cheap. It's like 1 terabyte persistent storage. Save your installed games in progress so you can pick up right where you left off in future sessions. Choose the storage amount that best fits your gaming needs. So for $30, I could store Starfield. I think it's exactly, or I guess it would be $50. I could store Starfield. And see, it seems like they're fleecing me and that they should just offer this to me. I have 100 gigabyte single session storage. Yeah. Like they'll let you save a certain amount, and it does work. But I mean, it's expensive, and it works out if you buy the whole package. It's like $8 a month. I mean, it would, and I don't need that whole package. I guess I could go 200 gigs, and it would probably work to store Starfield. Like what else? Yeah, Starfield. Like really, I don't feel like I should have to shell out another $30, I guess. But I mean, I don't know. That makes the membership $230, and that's not that bad. And for that, you can just play like perfectly, like always with perfect frame rate. Maybe it is worth $230 a year. I don't know. How's this going? I have 26 million. That's good. I will save up like 200 million, and I will buy like a fleet of 100 like medium vessels. I will just take them with me. And I will go do all the military stuff so I can buy carriers. And I'll figure out what the mission is. I don't need a terabyte persistent. They're saying if you want, you can pay like $280 every year, and you can just store all your games on their server. And you can only play one at a time. Is my real problem with it. So I might do the 200 gig persistent storage because it's like 200 gigs because Starfield's 153 or something like that. No, I think I need the 500 gig if I want to download like another 100 gigs of mods and stuff. So then I have to pay $50 a year just to enjoy Starfield. But I was about to dump $50 into Starfield mods as it is. So I don't know. They are bilking me, but I don't buy games anymore. So I don't know. I don't really buy games anymore. I haven't bought a game besides Arc Raiders, I guess. Yeah, it's like Arc Raiders and what did I buy? I finally bought Star Ocean, excuse me. Star Ocean. the second story are the Divine Force, the second story are, but that's it. That's like all they have. And I don't know. What's wrong, kitty? Oh, the phone is ringing. Excuse me for just a second. Oh, answer the phone. Why won't you answer? Oh my god, you're so dumb. Excuse me for just a second. I'm sorry, guys. I lost control and I lost like 40 minutes. There's nothing to do. Got to go be at the whims of someone else. And but I like supporting my family. Honestly, I'm not trying to be bitter about it. You know, gonna pause here. I've got to take. So good news. Sorry, the errand that I thought I would have to go run is no longer an errand I have to go run. So we're all good. So I'm just looking through these like games and stuff. So yeah, wow. So let's go. Now I don't. Oh yeah, I turned off Grand Theft Auto sound. I guess did I? I think I did because I was in the. No, kitty, no. Are you hungry? Is that what you want? Are you hungry, kitty? Yeah, you hungry, kitty? Okay, well, if you're hungry, I'll feed you. Okay. All right, I'm feeding you. Relax. Little bossy kitty. You're too loud. I'm your master. It is my business to be loud, not you. Yeah. Can't you let me select this, you stupid piece of shit, cocksucker, worthless fucking child rapist Microsoft developer? Fuck you. Yeah, you. Okay, here you go. Damn, kitty, you bossy now. You come into my life. You live in my home. You eat my food. You cuddle with me, which is good. But then you get all bossy about it. You're like, everything has to be around you. And it's like, yeah, I get that you're hungry and it's 20 minutes till your dinner time, but you could wait the 20 minutes, you know? I'm hungry. I'm not going to eat right now. Whatever. Gonna loot the safe. I need you to not talk to me. Fucking idiots. So, what are we doing? No, back out. And then what else? Let's see. GFN Thursday, Fallout New Vegas. Can you make this bigger? No, Pioneer. I remember hearing that word. No, it looks too Milsim coded. I really think that the milsim stuff, I'm just done with it. I think Stalker 2 is the last time I'm going to spend any more money on first-person shooter single-player experiences. I'm not doing it. It's too milsim coded. I don't want to pretend I'm in a SWAT team. I don't want to pretend I'm dude against the world with a machine gun. I'm not like that. I've never been like that. It just doesn't serve my personality. I'm not. GOG. Could buy it from GOG. It's got 2.3 now. I am tempted to buy this game and try and give it another try, but every time I play it on torrent, it sucks. It sucks, and I can't stay around. But they're fucking, like, they keep telling, we improved it, we improved it, but all they're really saying is FOMO, you might miss, did we make the game good? No, but maybe, so you should come find out. And it's like, that's what it really is. They're like, did you make the game good? No. Did you make it good like Grand Theft Auto? No, not at all. Not like Grand Theft Auto Online. That was $20. You want $60. Piece of shit CDPR. You want like $30 to $60 for a 5-year-old game that was the worst tank in all of history. Yeah, you improved it, but that still was a really negative fucking thing for me. I bought the game like 5 times. I returned it 5 times because each time wasn't good enough. Now I'm like, missing out. Am I missing out on Cyberpunk? But no, I know you make me do those crappy story missions that suck dick, and the combat is good, but that's it. The rest of it isn't. Driving's not good. There's no flying like Grand Theft Auto. There's no like cooler missions or like grind or anything like that. And it is an RPG. It's got depth, but it's got all these problems. And it's like, I don't want to pay triple the money for 10 times the problems. I'll just be happy on Grand Theft Auto 5. Fuck you guys. Man, I'm sick of complaining about everything. It's got to stop. I got to like curb this element of my fucking personality. Bitch, 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 bitch. Complain, 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 complain. I'm going to start bitching about that too. Bitch, bitch, bitch about stupid-ass software developer and their fucking poor life choices every single fucking day. Bitch about the death of my government. Bitch about the fucking death of music. Bitch about fucking, poverty and problems and cops and stuff. I left a really angry message today that I'm going to go delete. I yelled at some pigs today on the internet, and I'm gonna go, yeah, this cannon shop, the thing's suspect, right? Look at this. This guy draws down because he knows he's going to jail in their Walmart pig fucker Gestapo fucking police station. Not today, Karen. Not today, Karen. Not today, Karen. Oh my fucking God, not today, Karen. And like, so, and I can't believe he's got a shirt on, like, not today, Karen. And it's weird. She's like, she knows that he's going through something. She knows that he see that look on his face? He knows he's going to jail for at least 2 to 5 years, and she's rubbing his back and being like, oh no, are you going to jail for a long, long time? Yeah. And they don't know he's got a piece, and they frisked him, but they didn't find the pistol because he's an actual druggie from the fucking hood and he's not a scrub like them. I'm gonna read what I said before I delete it. But my real thing is they're being Gestapo about it. You're up in some prison office in the Walmart. They're acting like cops and FBI agents, and they've got weird shirts like "Not Today" Karen on because they're these piece of shit fascists, and they're like these fake fucking Paul Blart fucking mall cops and shit. And this guy's no better than them. This guy's no better than them. He's way worse than them, honestly. But the way they react to it, the way they make this girl beg for her life, it rubbed me the wrong way, and it's fast. It happens in under a second. She begs for her life in under a second because she thinks they're just going to shoot her in the fucking head. And she's like, please no, please no, please no. And that rubbed me the wrong way because it's not cops. It's not the FBI. It's not some fucking bank they're trying to rob. It's the fucking Walmart. It's probably $20 to $50 worth of stuff or something like that. He is thinking that he's going to jail. Right now, he's thinking, I'm going to jail for 2 to 5 years for probation violation or something, and I'm going to abandon her for 2 to 5 years, and our relationship is ending. You can see he's thinking about it right now. He's thinking, my relationship is ending. Should I just fucking walk out of the Walmart? Just like, fuck you, get away from me. This gun, I'll fucking pull this fucking trigger and stuff, but he doesn't have it. They just tackle his ass. They just jump him. They're like, all right, shoot one of us, and they jump him. And like, Yeah, he's the worst asshole here. He's the worst asshole. But the way they treated him, they're Walmart security, and it's like they ICE agented him, and then he's scared for his future, so he does something stupid, which is try to exit the situation. But the way they react is to just basically, I know, and he does something really, really scary, but then they point the pistol at her. And at that point, I fucking lost it. You're gonna see what I fucking said, and I typed it today.
You watched you walk over and put an item in the bag off the shelf.
You can see it. He's like, I'm in for it. You can't get out of it. It's coming like a storm. This guy's mental state is like Grand Theft Auto, and they can't see it because they're fucking shitiots. They're fucking shitiots. They can't see that this guy's mental state. They should not be operating against these people that are strapped up, that are stealing from the Walmart in the fucking ghetto. They're not fucking qualified to deal with this. Anybody with a brain can see that this guy's, even his girlfriend knows that his mental state is going to zero. They should have had him in cuffs by now. His mental state is going zero. These people, these fucking efforts, they really, and these are straight white men, I swear to God, they're fucking orange faces. I don't want these people in my country anymore. It's not just him. I don't want him like drawing a gun against his fellow countrymen. He's a traitor in my fucking opinion. We should hang him. I'm talking gibbet. He pulls a gun against a fucking, like a fellow civilian, which is how I want to view gang wars. Nope, kitty, I will lock you up. This is a stream. You can't meow. Quiet. Nope, I'm gonna lock you up. Go. Yep, go. Nope. Bedroom, go. You're being timed out. Nope. Can't have you meowing on stream. I'm sorry about that. Do the bedroom. Sorry, kitty. Okay, to show you that I'm being humane to my cat, I'm gonna fucking set a 7-minute timer so she can chill the fuck out and stop ruining my job. And I know nobody thinks that it's a job, but it is a fucking job. It costs Twitch money, it costs YouTube money, it costs Comcast money to get my internet connection, it costs me money. I spent a lot of money on this. I spent a lot of money to make this stream go, and you know, I spent a lot of money. I do. I buy games, I pay for internet, I pay for fucking GeForce Now and all this stuff, and I can't have the cat fucking freaking out all, like, she doesn't do it all the time. She just stir crazy, so she wants to punish me and my job for it. I'm sorry you're stir crazy, but I can't let you out. We live in the fucking boondocks where the coyotes will eat her at night. And she cannot detonate my stream by meowing for fucking 7 hours. That's not happening. She gets the 7-minute fucking, she's getting the same 7-minute fucking, you know, timer that GeForce Now has, where, you know, where they kick you. She gets the AFK timer. You know, they run an 8-minute timer. I'm giving her 7 minutes timeout. You know, the same thing as GeForce Now. You know, because it's like, you gotta stop. You can't meow through the fucking stream. She knows. She's been acting up lately. She's going half blind. It is driving her crazy, and she's also stir crazy because it's winter, and she's comfortable, and she's happy, and she cuddles me all the time. She has food and water, a loving family, and a free farmhouse to roam if the weather permits, and it hasn't been lately. It's been raining all day. It rained all day today for 10 hours, so she's stir crazy, and she wants to punish me and my stream for her problems, just like everybody the fuck else. And it's like, nah, fuck you. Take a time out.
550.
There he is. He's reaching for a pistol. But these fucking piece of shitty Paul Blarts are not watching what he's doing. They're not paying attention to him. They're not actually treating him like a community member. They're treating him like a serial number. Fuck these fucking mall shitiots. And I was full blown. If I ran this country, I would make this job illegal for full blown. Like, I do not want them treating their fellow Americans like fucking serial numbers in jail. I really don't. And this guy knows that they're about to do that. So he's about to pull a Grand Theft Auto mama, and they're such shitiots. They haven't put him in bracelets. They haven't put her in bracelets. They don't know what she has. She might have a fucking pistol in her cooch. I swear to God, the streets are like this now, but they don't know because they're fucking shitiots that work at Walmart, and they're dealing in a situation where they're not watching him, and it's like, Jesus Christ, man, you're about to send this guy to jail. You don't think he might have kind of a bad mental state, but you're not qualified to deal with this. I want you, Paul Blart cocksuckers the fuck out of your fucking jobs. I'd rather have AI do this, frankly. I think AI would have cuffed him by now and then called the cops. Honestly, or whatever. Honestly, the AI could lock a door. Right? The human could just shove him in a door and the AI can lock it or whatever. I don't want the humans dealing with him past that. They're not qualified to fucking do it, as you're about to see. They let his ass free. They didn't bracelet his ass. They're not watching her. She could have been strapped up too. They could have shot the whole goddamn room. They might be Bonnie and Clyde, but and honestly, I was more angry at the Paul Blarts than I was him. You're about to see what I said. I said it on YouTube, and I'm going to delete it because it's probably the most toxic thing I've ever said. But this guy's drawing down. If you've been in the fucking streets, I never would have taken my eyes off this kid. Look at how he fucking looks. This guy's on drugs. He's got tattoos on his fucking hands. The way he's sitting and moving around, you can see the heroin on him. You can see from his skin that he's been in and out of fucking prison and shit. He's got gang tats, and the way he's sitting, it speaks like weapon to me. But these piece of shit Paul Blart cocksuckers are totally not are not qualified to do what they're doing. They're just not. She knows it. You can see this terrible look on her face. He knows it. He's thinking right now that maybe he should draw down on them and see if he can get out of this situation, because the Paul Blarts, they're not fucking qualified. They're not qualified to deal with this. He knows it. He's like, maybe I can get out of this rather than go to jail by just drawing a piece and running. But I mean, this guy's so desperate to get away from this situation. He knows he's been on 50 cameras. They just told him. But he still draws down on them like Grand Theft Auto because his mental state is zero. I've been around people like this all of my goddamn life. If you can't read it, don't be a Paul Blart. Because yeah, they are bipping and jacking and shit like this really hard because the piece of shit fucking child molesters are running crazy and stealing all the fucking money. He could just be treated with respect in his community and given a job or a position or some rehab or something, get him out of this situation. But no, you're like locking him up, putting a serial number on his ass and fucking turning your back on him while you talk about putting him in jail for 5 years. So I hope he does shoot your ass in the fucking back. Fuck you for putting him in jail for 5 years over shoplifting. That's some fucking piece of shit Nazi Germany shit. And honestly, I'm actually a proponent of him getting out of this situation. That's how I'm like cheering for the criminal at this point, because the Paul Blarts are such shitheads as they throw his life away like a candy wrapper that honestly I'm sad he didn't get a shot off, and that's fucked up. But I mean, I am on his side at this point. They can't see that his life isn't fun. They can't see the poverty that's making her fat and him skinny and druggy. They can't see the fucking shit in their lives that made them like this. They can't see it. All they see is a serial number, and that affected his fucking mental state when he knows that it's a 2 to 5 bid he's about to face over a piece of shit Game Boy or something like this. And yeah, he draws down because he's like, no, I'm not gonna let you do this to me, and I wouldn't either, and I'm cheering for the criminal here. And watch the comment I left.
Something crazy happened.
Jesus Christ. Nope. And he's like, all right, I'm getting out of this situation. You guys don't care if I live or die. That's not right for the situation you currently got me in. Fuck you. I'm going to draw down on you. I probably would have too. If I was in his situation and I have a piece on me and I'm like, nah, they're fucking me for 5 years and they don't give a shit, I'm just some serial number to them, I'm gonna try and leave the Walmart and just leave the country, frankly, because that's how bad it's fucking gotten. You can see that's where this guy is right now. He's like, nah, fuck this. I'm going to leave this situation and go to Mexico or something like that. He's such a crazy person. But honestly, I've been there. I've been in these places that he's in. I've been there. I can be sympathetic to it, fucker. This is why I think I would be a good prosecutor and shit, like, or even a defense attorney, really. Is because I can see the fucking sorrow that this motherfucker has written on his face. It's in his tattoos and in his skin, the way he's sagging and about to draw down on you and shit. You are wrecking this human being over a $50 shoplift ticket. He's going to face a 2 to 5 year bid, and you should have put the bracelets on him before you shoved him in your goddamn your fucking prison cell that you built up inside the fucking Walmart with your piece of shit fascist in-store cocksucker asses and your Not Today Karen t-shirts and your fucking complete disregard for this other human's life. I'm sad he didn't get a shot off on one of them. I don't want them dead. I want them hurt. I want them hurt. I honestly, the way they treated this shit, they are not qualified to do their jobs. They should be fired by Walmart. The way they left him alone, they did not cuff him. They're so used to docile people who are just like, all right, give me the $50 ticket or whatever. This guy, but they do occasionally deal with somebody like me who might be facing a fucking 10-year mandatory minimum sentencing. These Paul Blarts are not fucking qualified to understand that this guy might be facing 10 years mandatory minimum sentencing. If you've never faced 10-year minimum sentencing, you don't know about fucking like running from the fucking store dicks or whatever. You don't know about maybe drawing down on the fucking effort in the goddamn police station that you built inside the Walmart to defend the Walton's fortune. And he said, you can see the mental state of this guy going to zero. He's like, am I going to face 10 years over shoplifting? Or do I draw down on this shithead and try to back out the front door? And he did what I would do. Which is like, oh, nope, I'm not doing 10 years mandatory. I'm not doing 10 years mandatory on a fucking probation violation for a $50 fucking ticket. And anybody with some actual street experience or anything like this should know that that is the fucking actual wager here. It's his life over a $50 to $100 shoplifting ticket. It's his life. It's going to be 2, 5, 10 years of his goddamn life for a $50 shoplifting ticket. And you're treating him like a joke, and you haven't braceleted him or talked to him really, or asked him if he's okay, or given him a phone call or anything like this. You're not cops. You are not sensitive to victims. And this guy is a victim. You can see it. It's all over his face. Till he draws the weapon. Then he's a loser for life. Attempted murder.
That's order not to steal, bro.
You didn't see so.
Oops, so we missed it.
We watched you walk over and put an item in the bag off the shelf.
They're running this weird psychological thing where they're like talking to him in this really fragile mental state where he might be facing 1, 2, 5, 10 years in jail or something like that. And they're like, you did this, like a fucking Karen. This guy's wearing a Not Today Karen shirt as he works with a Karen who's like, you don't care that you're going to jail, bitch, or whatever, right? I would have drawn down on these people too. I'm an asshole. I come from the same place. I have the same realities. I got the same problems and shit, and I would have drawn down on these shitheads too. They used him and fucked him up over $100 fucking shoplifting ticket. But they don't care if it's 2, 5, 10 years or whatever. If I'm strapped up, I'm backing out of there too. You guys are throwing my life away over what? Like a fucking piece of makeup or something? You throw my life away? Fuck you, asshole. I'll draw down on you too. Look, you can see him twitch. He's like twitching now, like myxomatosis. Because you can like see it now. They're not watching him because they're not qualified. They're not fucking qualified. They're lucky they weren't full-blown murdered. They're not qualified to do this. They're not qualified to be these Paul Blarts. They're not. And this fucking fascist fucking police station they've got him in is fucking terrifying. It's a Walmart. Why does it seem like you're about to Gestapo gang rape me? And he's scared, and he should be. And then they do this on purpose because they're shitheads. They're fascists. And honestly, I would see them in bracelets themselves. How feckless and careless they were in this situation. I would see these men in bracelets, I think, or at least Walmart pay $1 million to the victims because they draw down on this unarmed lady. They do. They watch. It's about to happen now. He draws down. He's watching them move around the room. They're not watching him at all because they're fucking unqualified to do this. You're about to put him in a cop car. Why not put bracelets on him? They're on your fucking belt buckle. Put bracelets on him. You're fucking stupid. You guys should not have your jobs. I want to say that before I leave, but like, he's so dumb. Now he's making his move. Nobody in the room, not even her, is watching him. She's not qualified to be his boyfriend. Or sorry, she's not qualified to be his girlfriend. She's not watching his reaction. She's thinking about how they're ruining their lives. She's thinking about herself. She's thinking about how she's about to lose her boyfriend for 1 to 2 to 5 to 10 years. I have some sympathy for her. She's probably innocent of anything, really. I don't think she was stealing. Maybe. But it's like, I don't think she was stealing. They stole this. You see, this is what they stole. This couldn't possibly be more than $100, no matter what it is. It couldn't be more than $100. You're going to throw this kid's life away for 5 or 10 fucking years? You should probably talk to him, or you're going to get what he does. Yeah, he's like, no, they don't care if I live or die, so fuck him. I don't care if they live or die either. And I don't blame him, honestly. They don't care if he lives or dies. Well, fuck you, then I don't care if you live or die either then. Here it goes. This is what happens when you display depraved indifference to your fellow Americans. I actually support what he did. It's crazy. This is what you do when piece of shit fascists treat you like a fucking serial number, and that your life and your girlfriend's lives don't matter or anything like this. This is what happens. Look, and you're fucking stupid. How he had this in his right pocket and after you frisked him and you didn't find it? You're fucking stupid. Wow, he had the safety on. Do you see it? He did shoot. He shot. He shot. He was like, click, click, click. He's like, fuck, I forgot the safety. Oh, shit. Do you see it? He was going to kill that guy right in front of his fucking girlfriend. And honestly, I don't fucking condone it, but I fucking stand it when they throw 10 years of your life away. Like it's a joke. Like you don't even fucking matter. Like you've never been there. You don't know what this guy's going through or whatever. The depraved indifference that these Paul Blarts showed this guy, I would see them in chains. Fucking chains. They're not qualified to do this job. I would like to sue them. And honestly, I don't like that he clicked the safety because he was going to murder these people. You can see, but I understand the rage. You treated him like a barcode. You know, Tupac Shakur did a scene in an old movie called Gridlocked where like eventually he just screams and pulls out the goddamn Glock in a DMV or whatever the fuck, and he's like, name, rank, serial number, or some dude, I don't remember who it was, but he was like, name, rank, serial number, and he's up in the DMV, and he's up in the they're junkies, and they're up in the methadone clinic trying to get methadone, and there's this veteran in there who just goes nuts. He like pulls out a shotgun. He's like, name, rank, serial number. You treat me like a fucking number and all this crazy shit. And honestly, it reminds me of that scene in Gridlocked where they pretty much lampoon what happens here. It's like, this is what happens when you treat your fellow man like his life is worth nothing. There was no talking. They would just try to pull it like they were pigs or FBI agents, just cold about it. Like he's not a dude sitting there with his girlfriend and they've lost their freedom and their lives now, essentially, and probably their relationship and all this shit. And you can tell he's in a fragile mental state. So he goes for the second kill too. He goes to unstrap because he wants to kill you, and I don't blame him. You didn't treat him any better. You wanted to kill him. He wanted to kill you. It's only fucking fair. You wanted to kill him, essentially. You wanted to take 10 years of his fucking life. That made him so angry. I can understand the anger. He tried again. I don't blame him. Yeah, now he's about to shoot his ass. And this is what really, really bothered me. No. She's like, please don't shoot me. I'm about to die. You can look at the fucking face. You can look at her face. She's like, there's stupid ass piece of shit men with no control around me. And now I've got to plead and cry and beg for my life as these men with piece of shit guns try to kill each other in their own country. Fucking worthless pieces of shit. The whole fucking lot of them. The pigs, the fucking rats, the whole fucking lot of them. She's the only one here who has any semblance of honesty or innocence here. And maybe she was stealing, we don't know. So here we go. I can't believe he went again. He went for it again. This guy tried to dodge a bullet. And honestly, yeah, tackle his ass. Why didn't you have him in the bracelets? Why didn't you actually frisk him? It's because you're incompetent and you didn't frisk him properly. And he was able to draw down on you. You're so... She's like, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please. Now she's pleading for her life as the Paul Blart is going to execute her fucking boyfriend. Yeah, no. And at that point, I lost it. I fucking lost it. And I came and I wrote this. Watching this woman scream, oh shit, please. Watching this woman scream, oh shit, please no, as a non-police in-store Gestapo levels a pistol in her face. I'm sorry, your fascism is just the fuck as bad as the desperate rat. It equals out. Two retards point webs at each other is the takeaway. The women screaming in fear of people who aren't even police was far more morally bankrupt. Anyone with a brain could see it, but I don't think anyone but I did. He's pulling out a gun because you in-store guys fucking act like this. You idiots can't see it, huh? The fucking fascism. It's so easy to forget that this guy's facing years in jail maybe just for shoplifting. I'd pull out the gat too if that was what you were fixing to fuck me with. Because the fascists have had their fingers on the scales and are starving us so fucking bad we have to steal from Walmart. No sympathy for the Gestapo, in-store security, non-pigs. You guys look at this totally the fuck wrong. If I'm in this room with them, I'm tackling the pigs for threatening an unarmed woman in my country with a pistol. Not the fucking poor people stealing in the era of the Fourth Reich raping children and having their Gestapo pig dogs level guns and unarmed women for shoplifting. Suck my fucking dick, Gestapo armed thug goon in-store pigs. Calm the fuck down, Paul Blart. Don't you ever level a weapon at an unarmed woman in my fucking country ever the fuck again. Never the fuck again. Both the rat and you, traitors that level guns at their fellow countrymen. Unacceptable. Put this pig dog fascist in jail for terrorizing an unarmed woman facing a shoplifting charge. It's way, 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 way more morally worse than shoplifting. Fucking fuck you, pigs. Wait, you're not pigs, but you sure are strapped the fuck up and sticking it in poor unarmed women's faces like the pigs. Never do this in my country again. Go back to Nazi Germany, assholes. I burn your Nazi interrogation room you set up to fuck your fellow Americans over if they try to steal from your corporal overlords if I could. And the prison you're sending this guy to because of shoplifting, fear, and fascism. And I burn the prison that you're sending this guy to. Fuck the Nazi interrogation room up in the Walmarts and fuck the jail you sent him to. I'd burn both. If you took this guy somewhere he did not want to go, and you aren't police, you are black bag abducting him, and I want you gone. It's why he's asking you why they have to go in your your interrogation cell. Truth is, legally, he doesn't. He doesn't have to go in your interrogation cell. He did so honestly, in good faith, thinking that you wouldn't fucking treat him like his life doesn't matter. And you violated his civil rights anyway. It terrorized him, and it makes what he did completely understandable. Better pray he doesn't get a good lawyer because you violated his civil rights. I promise you, you in-store Gestapo are far, far, far more evil in the eyes of the law than him. You are a far more dangerous and worse criminal as you harmed the Constitution. He only harms the Walmart and you. Constitutional rights are far greater than Walmart's money. They just prosecute him because he's poor, but not you because you defend the Waltons' gold hoard. I burned that Nazi-ass interrogation cell you set right the fuck up in Walmart to scare the fucking shit out of poor people so fucking bad they draw down on you. I'd draw down on you too if I had nothing to lose and you treated me like this, and I've never harmed a living thing. The morality is bankrupt on both sides, and you are definitely fucking blind if you can't see it. You don't view reality in the right way whatsoever. Sure, fuck this rat for threatening his fellow countrymen, but you are way, 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 way the fuck worse, Nazis. You threatened him with the system first in your Walmart Gestapo interrogation cell as you hand sharp tactics to throw someone in jail for shoplifting. You deserve what you got. That fear you feel when he raised up, that's the fear he feels for the system. He drew down because he fears for his life. You drew down so the Walton family could keep their fortune. Feels good, huh? Now you know how he feels. You don't know how he feels. You've never been in the system, huh? Fuck you. I understand him what he did. Fuck him, but he makes sense. You don't. It's so toxic and so angry. It's got to be the most fucking angry message anybody's ever written on fucking YouTube. And there's full of profanities and absolutely not banned, not touched, not removed. 10,000 comments. Mine's going to be the absolutely the fuck worst. And I used to do this a lot. I used to do this every day on Facebook. I'd bomb my friends' shit. I would bomb anybody who cared to listen. And I would come in and I would reset the morality of everybody the fuck else there because they're just not seeing the other side. They're just not seeing the other side of it. Like you fucking black bag abduct him in some kind of crazy Walmart prison. You tell him he's going to lose 1 to 2 to 5 to 10 years of his goddamn life and his girlfriend and his life over $100 worth of shoplifting or something like that. He's one of these guys that you should maybe talk to first. You're about to take his life away. Maybe you should talk to him first, but instead you're the Karens being like, huh, tough titty, we saw you stuffing in your jacket, shut the fuck up or whatever. And this guy, his mental state completely fucking collapsed right the fuck in front of you. And because your Paul Blart ass and your worthless, completely worthless bumpkin ass isn't watching him, he drew down and damn near killed all 5 of you. And honestly, I won't say that I wish that he did. I won't say that he won. But honestly, I will. I won't say that I will never say that I wish that he had got you guys. But I will say that I wish that he won. Because the shit that you did to him is just as dark. It is just as dark. He tried to jack you for $100. You treated him like a barcode and told him you were throwing 10 years of his life away. You didn't talk to him about it first or anything like this. I draw down on you first. You're not good. You're not good police officers. You're not worried about the community. You're thinking about that goddamn. You're thinking about the conviction. You're thinking about the paycheck that you earn as you take this guy to jail and all this other shit that you pig dog fascists do to our fucking people. And I'm fucking sick of you. You're just as evil as this worthless piece of shit. You're just as evil. You have the same gun as him. You're pointing it at him. What's the difference? Because you defend the Waltons, you get to shoot him? Oh, that knee to the groin. Oh. That damn, and this gets violent, and I don't want to see pig brutality. I don't want to see pig brutality. He's already down. The gun's got the safety on. You're beating the shit out of him. I want your fucking job, pig fucker. And here we go, because I left evidence of my fucking anger here that I don't want other people to fucking see, because I have no fucking control over it, as I obviously can fucking relate. And I carefully chose every single word. Does this look like some kind of rant to you? No, it's actually every word. I meant every word that I fucking said. Fuck this fascist. Fuck this pig as he beats the shit out of this guy because he's lost control of his anger. Fuck this Gestapo cell. Fuck the people not watching him or not putting the bracelets on him or actually frisking him. Fuck the $100 shoplifting. Fuck him. Fuck the rat. Fuck this entire fucking situation. Fuck this comment. It's worthless. I'm gonna save it because it's good. I'm not unproud. I'm not ashamed. Unproud. I just tried to say unproud. I am not ashamed of this comment. I'm ashamed of I'm shaming them. I'm ashamed of people's reactions to this comment. I'm ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed of my comment. I'm ashamed of what the obvious reactions will be to this comment. Shaming you. So we're just not going to tempt fate with that, and we're just going to delete it. Yeah, give him another good one. Yeah, give him another good one, pig fucker. Yeah, get him down on the ground, punch him in the back of the fucking head like a Mart Aubrey or whatever. Go fuck him in the ass and you know, put him in the cuffs and go fuck him in the back. Why not? Why not just take the pistol and pistol whip him while you're at it? He's down. You better fucking knee him in the groin again or something. Jesus Christ. I would fight you too. I would fight you fucking fascists too. You just can't see it from his point of view. You just see cops and robbers and some barcode. And I can't stand you fucking shitheads. You are not good community members in America anymore. I will not condone actions like this. It will take my people to war. It's cops versus robbers now. People are bipping and fucking drawing down on goddamn in-store security and shit like this. And the fucking pigs are terrorizing girls. And it's just like, fuck you. I don't like either side. Fuck you guys. This is why I don't break the law anymore. So I can't be lumped in with this asshole. And this is why I talk shit about you. Because I can't stand you. I would take your jobs and put you in chains for how you handled this. This is not store policy. This is not how they trained you. This is not how the pigs should react. I can't believe how close this police officer came to losing his life. Where was your training? Fuck you guys. You are not properly trained or you are just too low IQ to do these jobs. I want your jobs and I want you in chains way longer than him. You violated his constitutional rights. You had him down and suppressed. You beat the shit out of him like some kind of Jan 6 thing. And yeah, you know, I want you out of your job, you pig fucker. Yeah, not today, Karen. How about not today, Chad? Jesus fucking Christ, man. Now he's a particular individual in jail and he's that barcode like you always wanted him to, but at least now he's got a real reason, you know? It was the same charge either way, but at least now he's got a real reason to be in there, you fucking shitheads. Fuck you. I dislike this. I don't want to see stuff like this anymore. I'm not going to watch stuff like this anymore.
Don't touch it.
Do not touch anything.
She goes to try to help him. They're like, don't touch him. She's obviously not armed or going to do anything, but they're like, you can't help him. Because they've lost their souls. They're pig dog fucking losers who are way, 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 way worse than him. You're going to say they're law-abiding citizens doing things for an honest paycheck and all this shit. You call this honest? This pig fucker fucking Gestapo office up in the fucking Walmart where they try to conduct like citizen justice on this guy and they didn't even put fucking cuffs on him, so he drew down on them? You really think they're qualified to do this job? No, I want them fucking fired and in chains. Way worse than him. Way longer than him. They violated him, and I mean this too. I don't care how crazy it sounds. They violated his constitutional rights, which is a much, much worse charge than an attempted murder with a gun, as they tell you you're losing 10 years of your life or whatever. He's losing 10 years now if he wasn't before. And Jesus Christ, I hate you. I deleted the comment. I did the right thing. I learned way back when I lost 750 friends on Facebook and I used to fucking like leave comments and shit. I was like, I could say something really fucking negative, but I'm not going to leave it for the ages. One of the funny things about the internet is everything lasts forever, but not comments. If you delete them, only the mother company that wrote the comment and then published it has a record of it, or the people that witnessed the comment and recorded it on a video maybe. And I don't care if they witnessed what I said. I never say anything that should put me in jail or something like that. I just tell them what I think. But I mean, like, you know, I would see all of these people in this room in chains and in jail way longer than him. They violated his constitutional rights by treating him the way that they did. You cannot just black bag abduct some dude on some word up into your fucking Walmart fucking Gestapo pen and then just scare the shit out of him with and tell him that his life is significantly over and probably his relationship and all these other things, and don't put the bracelets on him first, and it proves that you're not qualified to do the jobs, and I want you prosecuted. You violated his constitutional rights. I want you I will leave a real comment. I will leave a real comment here. I mean, the other one was real, but it's too real. You violated his civil rights. Mishandled so badly. You were just as dangerous as him. You violated his constitutional and civil rights. See, now I'm just about to leave another psychotic fucking comment that I really do believe. So I'm just gonna leave it and never come back to this place ever again. Give that loss prevention guy a raise. Yeah, a raise to the third tier of a fucking jail, yeah. He violated the guy's fucking constitutional rights. Any lawyer in the land can slam dunk it, and I know it. I know constitutional right violations when I see it, but nobody cares. Nobody cares. The girlfriend doesn't care. He doesn't care. He can't afford a lawyer. He's doped up or whatever the fucking poor on the streets, because like everybody else in America. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about his life. These people in the office didn't care about his life. They shouldn't have their jobs. They should be in chains. They violated his constitutional rights by taking him to some place that he didn't want to go and then telling him that they're going to ruin his life and then being amazed at the goddamn reaction. I mean, I'm not surprised at his reaction. You should have cuffed him before you told him that you're running him. Like every time I've ever been handled by an in-store security, they cuff you before they take you to the Gestapo office. They're smarter. You know, they're smarter than these worthless pieces of shit that should be in chains for violating his constitutional rights. There was no cuffs on him. Why? If you're going to detain him and send him to jail, put the cuffs on him. Did you read it? Did you read him his rights first? Did you read him his rights before he drew down on you? I can see so many different violations of civil and liberties and fucking constitutional rights. I see a Miranda violation here. You are not pigs. You're not fucking pigs. You're Paul Blart. And I'm just going to repeat the whole thing I just wrote. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to get off it. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. God damn it. Every day there's something else that boils my blood so fucking bad. And like, God damn it. Every fucking day. Every fucking day. Every day. I need to just maybe even get off the internet. Maybe just leave the internet. I might just leave the fucking internet. I really don't know. Because it's just like this shit. It's every single fucking day. If it's not some threat against Venezuela, it's some fucking Paul Blart constitutionally violating some poor kid from the ghetto's rights. And so the kid from the ghetto draws down. And honestly, you start cheering for the villain. Like, I cheered for the villain today. I was like, God damn it, I'm sorry he didn't get a shot off. I fucking hate you so much. The way you violated his rights, you're such a much more clear, that's just some gangbanger with some light problems. We deal with them all the fucking time. What we don't deal with is Paul Blarts committing fucking constitutional violations of citizens' rights. That we don't deal with every day, and you should be in chains longer than him. Fuck you, asshole. We used to really care about this shit. Now it's just Donald Trump and fascism. Fuck you guys. I mean it too. You think I don't mean what I mean? I know a constitutional violation of rights when I see one, which is a far more insidious thing than $100 shoplifting and then treating him like a barcode and not talking to him, you know, and not frisking him or putting fucking cuffs on him. You're talking about taking the man's freedom away, but you don't think that you maybe need to put cuffs on him? I want your jobs and I want you in chains. If I was president, I would come on through this situation and I'd be like, God damn it, this is the shit that I never see Obama do. If I was president, I would fly to this city and I would fucking arrest those people in that room. I absolutely would. And I'd be like, I witnessed a constitutional violation on a video and I'm here to fucking end your lives. You're going to jail like him. You violated the Constitution. You don't do that in my fucking country. You go to jail for longer than him. Federal pounding ass prison, you fucking pigs. Fuck you.
The Epstein files have started coming out, so what's in them? We have heard about some of the
female form.
Too much anger. But I can always come back down to a place of joy afterwards if I just stop looking at it. I can just forget that it exists, and then suddenly I'm not triggered or screaming anymore. It's good.
It's like a note. Somebody left him a note, and they...
Oh, good. They let Trump a note saying I have a female for him.
They say, please call, I can't tell if that's her or him, but twice he gets a message, and both times it's a message that says, I have a female for him, but they redact the person who called.
It's gotta be Trump.
Which kind of doesn't make sense. Like, isn't that someone you should be investigating? How is that a victim? Maybe there's context that we're missing, but I want to remind you guys that there was supposed to be an explanation for even why they were making certain redactions, and they didn't. Here's one of our legislators talking about that.
And our law requires them to explain redactions. There's not a single explanation for why that entire document was redacted.
So yeah, already Transparency Day was looking a bit shaky, but let me just say there are some things worth looking at. So one of the big things that was interesting is that Bill Clinton was heavily featured in this whole thing. There's Bill in the hot tub with some a lady that is...
I don't want the Democrats anymore. I don't want the Democrat Party ever again. I don't want the Republican Party ever again. Republican Party, I want them fired and in chains. I want the Democrats never again. Never again. And I want this guy in chains.
Redacted, and Ghislaine Maxwell, this appears to be...
Just say Ghislaine. You know what she is. She's a Ghislaine for fucking rich people.
On one of his...
Little girls. Just say Ghislaine. Her name is what she is.
Trips.
She was properly named.
Early on. I think it's pretty obvious why Billy...
She was properly named.
Mill, right here.
I get angry again.
Spread foothills, so that's definitely the location that I would have chosen myself.
Okay, so I left this to load hours ago, and it is obvious that it can't. So just uninstall it, for fuck's sake. Please stop that. Alright, well, let's go see if that fucked up my GeForce Now copy of fucking Starfield, because it might have. I don't know. We'll see. Did the Arc Raiders copy on Epic come to GeForce Now? No. I will not renew my sub this year unless they significantly improve their service. Fucking annoying. Anyways, let's go to the casino. Oh, another $5,000.
Next up, we got the panda carps. To be specific, there is exactly 4 carps. You have the tiny green carp, tiny white carp, tiny blue carp, and the tiny red carp. And they can be fished in, well, there's a different type of carp in every single zone of Pandaria. So you can see in the comment section right there.
I just fished them out south of the Imperial Granary forever.
Super helpful information. Tiny green carp, 150 cast.
I have all 4 of these.
Open water in the river near a Halfhill Valley of the 4 Winds. Tiny white carp in...
There was times when I was so rich that I would just get drunk and I would like log on and go to the auction house and I would blow $1 million gold and I would just buy mini pets. I'd be like ding, 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 5, 10, 20 grand.
Kunlai Summit.
You know?
Tiny blue
That was
carp.
back when that was a lot of money. Like you know, you're blowing like, you know, each mini pet is like a fourth of a monthly sub or something.
Timeless Isle. Tiny red.
They have turned these games into such gotcha nightmares. I don't know, man. Let's go set this fucking timer.
Carp in Dread Waste and Town Long Steps without any luck. And then finally got it near the Nisuzao Temple. So you don't have to fish them in schools. You can fish them in open water, and there's different carps depending on which zone you're in. And they go for anywhere between like 20 to 60,000 gold. It really just depends on the realm that you play on. So
I think the fishing pole is much, much better.
Another very interesting item is the steel scale crush fish, which I know a lot of people, because I saw the screenshots on my Discord, a lot of people had great success with this one. Fished mainly at the northern STV alongside the
that's what I want to do.
The coastline right here at the Grumgold base camp, the Horde town.
I love going up and down that coast. I love doing that.
Bad boy. Right
and you
here.
get the fish finder there too.
Also, like super.
Okay, let's go to Stranglevale, I guess. No, I'm on Starfield. Never mind. Maybe I should download WoW. I don't know. Should I keep Starfield? I guess I can give Starfield a spot on my drive. It won't load though. I would like to do a hardcore character with like a hardcore character achievement run. I think that would be really fun. Just start a new character on Starfield and then go download all the mods and just, well, like a non-achievement run. Yeah, I have my achievement run now and I'll never lose it. And then I could just start a new character on this Starfield account, I guess. And in that way I could also play WoW. Fish on WoW and do Starfield monuments and Grand Theft Auto daily stuff and passive income and X4 passive income will be my stream for a while. I think Starfield is a good game and I burnt out on everything else.
Valuable item. Of course, it's a niche item that only a couple of selected collectors would purchase, but it definitely is something that sells eventually.
Yeah, my other problem with this is, how is the volume? Do you sit up waiting months and paying a sub just to see if the fish sells? And that's the other thing. I think I need something that they actually use, which would be like, he said the blood in the water, and I guess that it would be kind of what I do. Let's see if there's another thing like that.
Like most collectibles. Other than that, we got a 2-in-1. We have Stendel's Wedding Band, which can be placed in the Stendel's Bane. And the Stendel's Bane can be fished in this exact little pond right here in Westfall. Now, you fish up the Stendel's Bane, and the Stendel's Bane can contain the Stendel's Wedding Band, but you can also get the where is it? The One Ring while just fishing like in classic zones as well. So there's like a 2 rings in one, and you'd be surprised. Like a lot of people, they are so hesitant on something like the Stendel's Wedding Band. Like, why will people buy that? At least on role-playing realms, people most definitely purchase it. But yes, it's a bit of an odd one. Something that isn't odd and that everyone can see like being an item that will definitely sell is the Great Sea Ray, an epic mount out of BFA. Now, this mount can be fished in like all of the BFA zones. It's most popular to fish for it in the capital cities of BFA, so like Soldasar and Borealis.
I can sit in Borealis and fish for the oh, and it is an underwater ray,
as you can literally fish it in town, so you have instant logout. You don't really need to move or anything like that. So unless you want to fish in a more scenic area, that should definitely be your bets. After that, we have another fish, an offhand in this time, and that's the 34-pound red gill of different ones, and that will be the Tomb of Polymorph Turtle. Now, there has been a couple of more of these floating around ever since the Secrets of Solgurub became a thing in the Dragonflight, but this can be fished in Cataclysm zones. It's almost worth $500,000 gold, depending on if you're EU or NA. And unlike the other polymorph tombs, where you have to be a mage in order for them to drop, you don't have to be a mage in order to fish up this one. There's even a bunch of confirmations as well in the comment section. Now, the waterlogged Gurbashi case, like this one, is the one that I talked about with the Secrets of Solgurub. There has been people getting it from this one, and again, they aren't necessarily a mage when getting it. So fishing for this one is pretty damn decent as well. It's one of those, if you give up after 7 hours without getting it, the gold per hour is super bad. But if you keep at it, and even if it takes you like 8, 9, 10 hours to get it, your average gold per hour won't be too bad. And you can always be that lucky dude who gets it within the hour. Next up is one that I really do like, and that is the Broken Wine Bottle. Very sought after transmog appearance, this one right here. Ever since we've been able to transmog gray and white items, can only be fished in this lake right here.
Wait, that's the
Sludge
oh no.
Fen. Sludge Fen is a very popular transmog farming destination, so I frequently see people in this pond fishing for the Broken Wine Bottle. Also a unique appearance. And then we have another mount, well, an item that will give you the mount, the Strange Goop, which gives you the jellyfish mount.
This is a good video.
Super popular farm back.
Actions, that's been big news. I'm Ari Melber, lawyer, journalist. This is a special weekend report to get into what else we are learning, because it takes time to go through these documents.
I don't like Ari Melber. I think he's actually really good at his job, but I don't personally
FBI
like him.
Reports. This is a very important one I'm going to talk about.
He seems very passive for his job.
There are earlier accounts of Epstein's misconduct than we've ever seen before. We'll talk about this dating back to '96, and there are tough, difficult to read, quite frankly, reports about the nature of the abuse, violence, criminal conduct, sexual battery against women and minors, including here, partially redacted. And so
I'm Charlie Warzel, and this is Gal.
I don't think I clicked on the right thing.
The Epstein files have started coming out, so what's in them? We have heard about some of the redactions. That's been big news.
No. Oh, we're in. Nice. Oh God, please don't break. I don't want my save to bork. Please work, please work, please work, please work. I hope I didn't bork my save. I'll be so angry. I'll be so angry at you if you don't load. Don't bork my save. No, somehow, some way. Please don't bork my save. Please don't bork my save. Please load. Yes. No, you froze. Oh no. I might have borked my Starfield save, which is crazy. It's like, oh no, never mind. Never mind. Look at how casually I look at losing 600 hours. It's insane. Are you gonna load? You seem like you're having trouble now. Oh, you are. Oh, thank God, I scared myself. I'm never touching that Starfield copy on this character ever again. But it does open up for, I could run a hardcore character. Why not? Although it does kind of free me up to fish on WoW. Who cares if I disconnect off WoW? Then I don't have to do a 15-minute relog. And I can just continue to work on a hardcore character in the background. And Starfield is one of the big games that I do want to play. It like really is. was the last piece. So we're working our ways down. Scientific method. Talk to Azad and Dazra. I guess I do need to kind of just go. Oh, I want to turn on the music. Well, I don't know. Am I watching stuff? I don't know.
Boy is so prominently featured, like he's obviously.
Look, I like CoffeeZilla so much more than these other industry tools from like CNN and stuff. He actually talks like a normal person.
He was associated with Jeffrey Epstein. He's a big name. He's kind of a scalp, if you will, and he gives the public something. Big name. He's on. And Ghislaine Maxwell, this appears to be on one of his trips early.
There's Bill Clinton and fucking, oh my God, is he playing the
Leon?
bass? He's playing his stupid saxophone or something, huh? Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. What's with the silver hair? Something about all of these men, they have like silver hair at the age of like fucking 30. And I think it's because they constantly dodge child sex allegations all the time. And it runs their, or they have like sordid lives that they're trying to hide from people. It runs their hair gray by the age of like 35. And I swear to God.
I think it's pretty.
His hair was gray all of his life. And so was, fucking like Richard Gere. There's like, this happens sometimes. Men have gray hair at the age of like 30, and I swear to God, it's the stress in their life.
Obvious why Billy Boy is so.
Look, I think Mick Jagger's still dyeing his hair. Why are you standing next to Jeffrey Epstein, Mick Jagger? You know, I never did like the Stones as nearly as much as the Beatles. I thought they were a good band, but I was like, I can't listen to their albums. I don't buy their albums because I can't listen to them. There's like 5 songs that they did that I actually like, and they're all ones that I don't think he wrote. Which I swear to God, the only songs that they did that I can stand are the ones that he didn't write. I swear to God, it's like that. It's Painted Red, which was written by George Harrison. It was written by George Harrison, and then, I mean, the lyrics were written by Mick Jagger, which is why he's talking about, I watch those girls go by, and he's talking about schoolgirls dressed in their schoolgirl clothes, you know, basically, I watch those girls go by dressed in their summer clothes. Is it summer clothes? Because I think he's talking about schoolgirl clothes, and it's right in the lyrics if you look. And it's just crazy. But I like the song, though, because George Harrison wrote the song on the sitar, if you go and look. So then there was also Dandelion, which was like a hippie song that they ripped off from, I want to say, like the Association or whatever their name is. I forget the name of it. Crystal Blue Persuasion. They were doing like Dandelion was such a hippie song that wasn't theirs. And I think it was like this attempt to be like Pink Floyd because of See Emily Play. And I think Dandelion was an attempt to sound like Pink Floyd and See Emily Play. I love Pink Floyd, and I don't think Roger Waters was like these people, but I mean, maybe he was. We don't know. And then what else? There's a few other Stone songs that I can stand. There's the one about war children. It's just a shot away. That's a good song, but I don't think it's his song because it sounds like Boston or one of them. And then there's one more, Under My Thumb, which is now a song that makes me sick because he's talking about a little girl. Under My Thumb is such a weird fucking song. It is a weird thing about power negotiation. Now I'm wondering if Wrapped Around Your Finger is an indication that Sting was a child molester, because he's like, you'll be wrapped around my finger, I'll be wrapped around your finger, and all this weird stuff. And that's like coded language for like trafficking or you're my bitch, that kind of stuff. And remember, Sting and Puff Diddy actually did a song together. And so he's affiliated with Puffy, fucking Sting from the fucking Police. One of my favorite singers. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I don't like everything that he's done, but yeah, he's written about 10 songs that I really, really love. Like Message in a Bottle, or I Can't Stand Losing You, which is probably because the little girl finally grew up. It's disgusting, maybe. We don't really know.
prominently featured, like he's
Chris Tucker, I can't stand and never have been able to stand.
obviously was associated with Jeffrey Epstein. He's a big name. He's
Oh, Bill Clinton, I am never, ever going to be able to look at you without wanting to puke in the sink ever again.
kind of a
It's not direct accusations of child sex, but you might as well be sunk. It's the same thing. It's so much fucking indicator. It's so much indication of it that the smoke's enough for me. I don't care if there's fire or not. Why are you best friends with Jeffrey Epstein?
scalp, if you will.
The #1 child peddler of all time. What the fuck is your problem?
And it gives the public something to think about. And the White House was trying to seize on that, obviously. Bill Clinton just chilling without a care in the world. Little did he know. And you have Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, saying, oh my. But ultimately, this leaves a giant elephant in the room for them that still doesn't make sense, which is this. Like, you guys don't care about Bill Clinton. Why haven't these files been released before? Like, why has there been such a cover-up of the Epstein files if Bill was the only guy in it? Right? Because let me spoil the surprise, because while Billy Boy is featured multiple times with multiple women on the plane in hot tubs, Trump is barely featured at all. The only pictures of Trump are some desk photos. He's not even in the picture. It's just thin. There's basically nothing relating to Trump that is that interesting. And people's point is like, well, that's a little weird, right? We know that they were all kind of involved. We know Trump and Epstein were, heavily associated together. Not saying there's some smoking gun or anything like that. I don't have any special information on that. But we know there are going to be files related to this. Like, it's obvious. We already have leaked reporting that they had him in the files multiple times. So it's like, where are they? And that's going to leave a lot of people unsatisfied because, of course, it's like, well, then the Epstein files really haven't been fully released yet. Now, there were some other interesting mentions. Michael Jackson made a cameo in some of these with Epstein and with Bill Clinton. I'd say the biggest finding, in my opinion, was this document right here, which just corroborates something that has been alleged for a long time, which is that Maria Farmer, she warned the FBI about Jeffrey Epstein back in 1996, and they just basically didn't do anything with it. Now, the New York Times reported that the FBI has never publicly acknowledged her original report, even to Mrs. Farmer. So yeah, this lady, this victim, had been talking about how she had reported Epstein a long time ago to the feds, and the FBI had never confirmed that, but today we have this, which it says that the complainant stated that she's a professional artist and took pictures of her sisters, 12 and 16 years old, for her personal artwork. Epstein stole the photos and negatives and is believed to have sold the photos to potential buyers. Epstein at the time requested blank to take pictures of young girls at swimming pools. Epstein is now threatening blank that if she tells anyone about the photos, he will burn her house down. This was back in 1996. And apparently nothing happened. I mean, obviously Epstein would not get arrested for a long time later, and then he got that sweetheart deal. So this is both a vindication to one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, and it's an indictment of our law enforcement, because obviously they were tipped off on this way before. Actually, it's interesting, there's this complaint out there where allegedly Maria Farmer, while reporting this mid-sentence, the FBI hung up on her and did not make an attempt to follow up. It's just like one giant fumble after the next. So yeah, that's probably the biggest thing that got revealed. I want to say that some people had long not believed Mrs. Farmer, according to the New York Times. And so after the release of these files, the New York Times contacted Ms. Farmer about that report, and she broke down in tears about it because, of course, it had totally vindicated her. So those are probably the biggest findings, but there are some sick things we probably should address. Like, these were some notes that were taken about Jeffrey Epstein and some girls he was trying to procure. It says, quote, at one point, blank witnessed him asking for ID to girl, wanted to make sure under 18, because he wasn't believing them because blank messed up by bringing him more older girls. Like, he was asking for ID, at least according to this, in order to find out that they're young enough for him. I mean, it's actually like completely sick. And then this one also, it says that Jeffrey Epstein was apparently meeting with some young girl that someone else had procured for him, aka trafficked to him, and he was unhappy. He said, why bringing me dark girl? They responded, bringing young girl. Yeah, but not dark. Told her he just wasn't into her. Doesn't remember if he paid blank because he wasn't happy. So like, he was like, yeah, she's young enough, but she's not my type. And this kind of repeats the point. He told her that, quote, you know what I'm into. Blank understood that to mean, quote, young, petite, underage. doesn't recall if brought anyone age 13. There definitely is that in these files if you want to look for it. I don't suggest you do. You'll want to take a bath afterwards. I mean, there's some weird like photo albums. Once upon a time, there was a clueless little girl. I mean, you know, it's really sick stuff. I don't want to belabor the point. There's also this stuff from the House Oversight Committee. So just to be clear, while the government was like releasing their files, the House Oversight Committee, specifically the Democrats, released like a select number of photos as a kind of a teaser to this whole thing. Now, I haven't talked about this, but some of them are really weird. Like a girl has Lolita quotes written on her. If you don't know what Lolita is, God bless you. This person says, I will send you girls now. Maybe some will be good for Jay. She asks $1,000 per girl. Clearly trafficking, and so this is really gross stuff. The House Oversight Committee released some photos with all of the classics: Prince Andrew, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, Steve Bannon, Bill Clinton, you know, the gang, the whole gang basically. But again, you know, I want to note that this is obviously not the DOJ release. So when you see like Trump in the files, well, these are sort of different files, just to be clear about that. There's also kind of a funny thing that happened where David Brooks, he's a reporter for the New York Times, he wrote, "The Epstein story, count me out," only to be found, I guess, having a dinner with some people, and Jeffrey Epstein was there. So, you know, maybe it's coincidental that he said, count me out of the Epstein story, but maybe not. Now, I want to be clear, the New York Times ultimately defended him, and I think he made a statement, and a spokesperson made a statement that basically he had no contact with Jeffrey Epstein. Basically, all these people issued similar statements, like, I didn't know him, or I didn't know what he was up to, or, you know the thing by now. I guess I don't have to put those caveats in. You know all these people deny it. You know all these people say, I had nothing to do with it. I had nothing. And to be fair, you know, probably some of them did have nothing to do with it. I just don't believe none of them had anything to do with it. And that's kind of the problem of these files. It's like, okay, all these guys are hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. They're all around him, and he's around young girls. A lot of times they are around him, around young girls. But of course, none of them had anything to do with it. Like, that's basically the state of the affairs. And right now, we're just getting sort of another partial look. Like, are we getting Epstein Transparency Day? Or are we getting like the special redaction project? It feels more like the latter, honestly, and I don't have high hopes for even the stuff they release after this. I know they're saying they're gonna do a rolling production or whatever, but given how much they've already redacted with very little clear explanations as to why, I just don't think we're gonna get much, and even if we do, it's gonna be hard to trust it. I mean, that's part of what makes this so challenging. The government has given you no reason to trust them on this issue on both sides, frankly, to be fair, but especially this administration which ran on releasing the files. But literally since 1996, we have been failing victims, we have been failing the public in protecting them, and we have been failing to disclose what we really know, and this seems like more of that. Sadly, you know, a lot of us thought that this was gonna be the end of it. This is going to be the grand day that, you know, ended it all, but it seems like that's not going to happen for a long time. So I'll continue to keep you updated, but yeah, that's basically all we know so far.
What's that? I do. Hello? Yes, I'll be right there. I'm sorry, I've got to step away for just a few minutes, guys. I'm going to charge my headphones and step away. I'm going to go back into the car wash where they can't kill me. And, oops. Get out of my way.
Shut up, fat fuck!
I'll just... damn it.
Help!
I better just let it go. I'm going to win this thing. I'm going to lose my load. Damn it. Maybe I can get the character to walk, maybe? Let's see. Gotta get my shoes on while I wait. I forgot to let my cat out. She was in there for like an hour, but oh well. Okay. See, I knew it. I knew this had logged me. I'm gonna switch to... I lost everything. Son of a fucking bitch. God fucking damn it. Anyways, I love you guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to pause this recording and stop this stream. And, or well, I don't know if I'm going to stop the stream because I'm going to be back. But I still need another 5 minutes or something. So I will run to X4. But I did want to pause this recording because I don't want to put dead space on YouTube. If the mouse would have fucking let me move to the next screen. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to go help my family move a coffee table and stuff. All the renovation and work we've been doing is coming together, which is good. And I got to charge my headphones while I was up there, which is something I needed to do anyways. So, and they're full now, which is real good. And I got all the stuff out of the way. I got the family happy and everything, you know, everything in its right place, and everybody's, all the ducks are in the row, and I feel much, you know, calmer about the day, and it's finally all over, and all my responsibilities are over. If I had alcohol, I would drink it right now, but no, it's too expensive, and everybody made everything so expensive. I love when I can afford Voodoo Ranger, because it's like, I don't know, $60 a month or something like that, and most times I can afford it, but not lately. My money has been going towards video game shit, and it's so fucking expensive. Look, this thing thinks that this is 291 hours long. Oh, software developers. And I had to go fucking disappear for 45 minutes right as I get my Starfield load. Which is so fucking annoying, man. Like, I want to play my main and just finish out. So but I don't know, like, the fucking GeForce Now log is so long. It's like 15 minutes each time. Maybe it's faster right now. We'll go see. God damn it. I don't mind waiting 15 minutes, I guess. I should do my 76 daily. Maybe I bomb out and do the 76 daily first. I don't know. I kind of was planning on playing Starfield today. I wouldn't mind starting a hardcore character that didn't do any quests, just only Radiant quests, you know, and only blend and monuments and stuff, and try to level through hardcore monuments and stuff and play the game like that. I think that would be really fun. But that's what I was planning to do when I finish my main. My main's not that far from being done with the game. I have half the achieves, and I think I'm like 10 or 20 quests or something from being done. And I've been trying to push towards that, but there's all this other stuff that you have to do. God damn it, this load is so annoying. I hate this load. Farted. Oh, well, at least I have other games to play. Ooh, look, it didn't log me for some reason. Why am I not logged? I guess it hasn't been long enough, huh? I guess. So let's go do the save. And the casino. $5,000. I should go do the stash in the casino, yeah. Internet. Can I go down with the cursor? No. So, deposits. Let's go look at Jasmine Crockett. That's all I need
50 Cent guys is responding to Christian Combs. 50 Cent guys is responding to Christian Combs, and I am absolutely loving it because it's been complete silence from Christian Combs' side since he decided to come for 50 Cent. Now, I believe that Christian Combs was doing this because Diddy, his father, was putting a few batteries in his back and said, you know what, if you do these things for me, maybe I will be more lenient with the money that I give you. I'm your father. And of course, Christian Combs wants to be the #1 son because they're all basically fighting for that man's dwindling empire as it is. But 50 Cent has responded and he says, lil bro, immediately putting him down. First, close your damn mouth when you take pictures. I didn't even think about it, but Christian's mouth is always open. I've been rich 3 times, 3 different times, 50 continues.
Not one, not two, but three. Sold records, sold shows, sold liquor, sold power, ... You are still living off Wi-Fi and legacy. Relax. So he's admitted that, you know, Diddy does have a legacy, which he does through corruption. But you are still living off the Wi-Fi and legacy.
Sucks.
You
Do
still
not touch
are.
your
You've
mic.
not had one hit yourself. You're not successful out of your own name. Most people don't
Your
even
mic sucks. Is that me or him?
had one hit yourself. You're not successful out of your own name. Most people.
It is him. It's him. I don't like your mic, you idiot. Oh, hi, Kitty.
The Epstein files have started coming out, so
Yeah, you can
what's
see me.
in them? We have heard
See me. I
about
didn't
some
know
of the
you were coming.
redactions. That's been big news. I'm Ari Melber, lawyer, journalist. This is a special weekend report to get into what else we are learning, because it takes time to go through these documents. There are also flight logs,
Sorry, I locked you in the
previously
room,
secret,
Don't be
FBI
yelling.
reports. This is a very important
Don't
one I'm
pee
going to
on the
talk about
floor,
in this
don't
breakdown.
yell, and we're
There
good.
are earlier
Okay.
accounts of Epstein's misconduct than we've ever seen before. We'll talk about this dating back to '96. And there are tough, difficult to read, quite frankly, reports about the nature of the abuse, violence, criminal conduct, sexual battery against women and minors, including here, partially redacted. And so this report, a weekend edition, is going to go through some of what we're actually learning, which matters, which is why transparency matters and what the files are showing. And this is going to be part one. I'm going to do a whole second part about the cover-up because there is a massive government.
I disciplined her, and she's happy. She's like happy that I did it. She's like, well, I was going crazy, and you stopped me, and I did. Yeah. Now she's here to show me her deep, deep love, and she's like, thank you for disciplining me, master. I was out of hand. At least that's what I like to think she's thinking. She's probably like, fuck my human, he's so annoying. No, hi, kitty. I do love you. I love you so much. Yeah, I'll just keep touching you and talk about you and stuff. Yeah. Love the kitty. Yeah, you cute little kitty. Sit on my lap if you want. Yeah. Play some games. You can sit down, kitty, if you want. No? All right. She is so bummed out because the sun hasn't been out for like 2 weeks or something. And my poor kitty, she's like full-blown stir crazy is her main problem, but then she's also season affectional disorder. And without the sun, this cat is so bummed out and emotional and kind of like just sort of like complaining and bitchy. Because she's just like can't go out in the sun and do her normal thing, you know? She's an outdoor cat that likes sun. I noticed that Starfield made it so I couldn't do like X4 right, which is also another factor. 1.18, I suppose I wonder if I should buy something. I've been saving up for the casino and I have like 4 million or something, but now I'm thinking that the fucking the mansion might be a better investment. And I don't need to be able to teleport to the casino, but I do spend a lot of time traveling to the casino. The casino is like $8 million, and so maybe I should just buy that first and use it as like a business or whatever. Or maybe the nightclub. The nightclub's supposed to be good, but I don't want to do the nightclub. It's more money, I suppose. I could do I could buy the nightclub. It's more passive income, but I don't want to do all this stupid nightclub stuff. I wouldn't buy a nightclub in real life. I know how much stupid hassle it is.
Government cover-up going on, even amidst the new information. And so
we already watched this.
You know, I just gotta keep saying, there is a much better than zero chance that this case could get tossed.
The state case could get tossed. It's just a mountain of issues with just the initial arrest, the way they obtained alleged evidence. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but this all seems highly problematic.
Reporting live from Rappers Club in Atlanta for Comedy Hype News, I'm John Alba. On Saturday, Dave Chappelle will surprise viewers with a new comedy special entitled The Unstoppable, which is a censored version of the full title within the special called The Unstoppable Nigga Act. For roughly over an hour, Chappelle would highlight current events intertwined with personal stories for an audience in D.C. Specifically, he would discuss the backlash he would receive for performing in Saudi Arabia, Charlie Kirk shooting, and more in the surprise special. Now, when it came down to his response to performing in Saudi Arabia, he would push back on people criticizing him like political commentator Bill Maher, in which he would go on to directly say, F Bill Maher, a part of questioning why was it wrong.
Yep, see, and Bill Maher's got the orange face. All the people in media that I disliked, I have some kind of crazy internal barometer for humans, and even through the video screen, I can tell if there's somebody that I would like in real life or not. And I've never liked Bill Maher. And it actually, I've had some fights with my mother about this. I'm like, no, he's red pill coded. He never ever smiles. He looks like a sociopath to me. He's a monotone. All the things I don't like. He kind of looks orange faced to me. He definitely is sort of right wing in some ways and definitely like Democrat in others. I like Religulous. I thought that was hilarious. Like Religulous was really good. When he got out of this crappy show vernacular, he was a lot better. But like the show vernacular is geared towards the baby boomer generation, and I don't respond to television shows like this. I never have. I've never voluntarily, and I mean this too, I've never fucking voluntarily tuned in to a Tonight Show. Not once in my whole fucking life. I don't like SNL. I don't like these fucking talk shows. I don't care for fucking Bill Maher. I don't care for that dude they canceled. I really don't care for him. What's his name? Trump tried to cancel him. I can't think of what his fucking Jimmy Kimmel. Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew were fucking amazing. Adam Carolla did a show with Jimmy Kimmel called The Man Show, which I really remember fondly because I thought it was just over the top and hilarious, and there was good parts of The Man Show. But then also, it was terrible. It was like sexism brought to the television and sold on Comedy Network. Like it was meant to be like this commodity. Like, let's laugh at women, Bring all these women out in G-strings and have them deliver us beer, and we sit in our fucking recliners and we make fun of all the jiggly titties and stuff. That's what The Man Show was. It was literally that. It was like 100-man audience, and like women that served them beer, and they all sat in recliners with beer foam hats and shit like this, and they all got to watch a big screen television and shit, and it was like The Man Show. It was like what men like to do. It was like Homer Simpson sitting at the couch watching television, except there was 100 of them and it was on screen. And that's where we got Jimmy Kimmel from. He was opposite Adam Carolla, and Adam Carolla carried the fucking show, and there was this like bad comedian who wasn't funny, who sat next to him, who felt like an industry plant, and that's always the thing with these tools. I thought the same thing about Bill Maher. They kept saying, I think the same thing about the Daily Show guy, Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart was a hack in Hollywood, and frankly, like my favorite movie is Death to Smoochie, and the only bad part of Death to Smoochie at all was Jon Stewart. And I don't know why, but I just never responded to Bill Maher, Jon Stewart. I wonder if all of these guys are going to show up in the Black Book, or if it's just my weird own personal theory, but I do have a strong judge of character.
Wrong for him to perform in Saudi Arabia.
That's something I'm known for. I know when somebody's fleecing me or trying to fuck me or whatever it is, I'm just like, nah, I'm getting out. I'm throwing a smoke bomb and leaving before whatever milk goes sour, because I'm not going to drink it, So I've gotten very good at judging character. And like some of these celebrities, it's weird because something I'm noticing is a bunch of them were people that I actively disliked anyways, which is weird because a couple of them are people I really, really liked. Like, so I'm trying to think of who. I guess it's Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre were the two that I really liked. And they're saying that Snoop Dogg is like the mastermind behind P. Diddy.
Arabia after a journalist was allegedly killed.
Which is so weird. They were anti-East-West for the longest time. I thought they would kill each other. But it turns out that they're like, no, they're like,
Israel,
part of that billionaire black crew,
has reportedly also killed journalists. Towards the later part of the performance, Chappelle has for him, in which he would go on to directly say, F Bill Maher. A part of questioning why was it wrong for him to perform in Saudi Arabia after a journalist was allegedly killed when Israel has reportedly also killed journalists. Towards the later part of the performance, Chappelle would begin weaving in the title of this special with Sean P. Diddy Combs' latest imprisonment. According to Chappelle, the same Mann Act that was used to stop legendary boxer Jack Johnson is coincidentally the same act that was used against Diddy, in which Chappelle has labeled it the Unstoppable Nigga Act. The Mann Act, which interesting enough was originally called the White Slave Traffic Act of 1910, looked to put an end to the sexual enslavement of white women.
I can't stand that the N-word is considered fine on fucking YouTube. I really want to hear like a blanked out like sound right there. You want to know why? You know who's on YouTube? Well, probably 100 million kids. 100 million kids, and they hear black people using this N-word all the fucking time, and they think it's okay, and then that's how we get back to the fucking plantation again. It's so shitty. If it becomes normalized, even if it's their word, it doesn't matter. If it becomes normalized, it's still racist, and it's still bad, and it's still ignorant, and it's still dumb. I've never liked it in the rap, and I really hate it. I don't embrace it. I just accept that they use the word, but it's just like, I don't know, it's their word to use, but I don't like it on YouTube. You wouldn't ever hear it on cable. Like, I didn't hear the N-word on cable I don't think I ever heard the N-word on cable. Maybe Boondocks in like 2010 or something like that, which would have been 25 years of cable since I was like 5 years old on the cable, like HBO and stuff like this. HBO did it, but none of the other people did, and I didn't watch HBO. I was a kid, and for 25 years I don't ever remembering the N-word ever, even if it was a soft day or whatever it is. They use all this slang to describe the word because it's become socially normal, and I don't like it. Gamers are using it. I don't care if it's your word and you're black. I don't want that weird word that's got all this stigma around it. Drop like a bomb on my channel. You should warn me if it's coming. There should be this big black fucking green thing like the movies that pops up when you start these videos that's like, you can expect the M-word. And they should force them to do that, because it's like, you can expect the M-word. You can't stop them from using it because it's their word, but you should expect it, because it's like, God damn it, man. Normally, I really feel that it is crude language that you wouldn't hear in school or church or in the public or on the sidewalk, unless you're the culture that uses that word. So if I don't use the word ever, I kind of ask for the same in return. You know, it's weird. It's weird that I'm a white guy and I'm more against the word than they are. It's fucking weird. It is. Like, that word should have been abolished. Like the way the word Voldemort is abolished in the Harry Potter like thing about he who should not be named or whatever, through fear that he just like teleports to you or whatever. But like I don't know, man. Like, maybe Harry Potter's not a good example. It's just like, I don't know. I don't like the crude language. I'm sorry, I don't. I never did. I liked the music, but I really didn't like the word. For a long time there, I wouldn't use the word when I was rapping and stuff. I would just leave a blank, because it's not my business as a white guy to say that fucking word. It really isn't. And honestly, if I have the courtesy to not say that word, I want everybody else to give me that courtesy back. You know? Maybe I'm PC principle about it, but I don't like that fucking word. I don't have to like that word. It has all this terrible social stigma. I don't like that word, and I don't care if it's a soft day. I don't want to hear it, and I kind of don't want to do the channels that bomb you with it. I really don't. And I think I'm going to maybe unsub and unlike this guy. I'm going to unsub, and I'm going to stop, like, supporting creators that just like, now wait, no, this guy, he's okay. I don't think he's actually using the M-word. I think he just said what Dave Chappelle said, and I kind of want to cancel Dave Chappelle. It is his word to use, but I don't want to cancel Dave Chappelle. I'm talking about, like, I want to cancel the usage of the word, at least in normal culture, for the kids. For 25 fucking years, from the age of like 13 to 28, you just wouldn't hear a word like that. Not from, I don't know, not from like 94 until like 2008. And then, I mean, you hear it in the rap music, which is totally fine. That's their business. That's their albums. They can express themselves exactly how they want to, and I got no hate. And I love their albums, and I sang the words when I rapped the songs. But when you're watching a YouTube video, I don't know about that. I think YouTube should do better and censor it like they do titties, because that's not really polite for kids either. We censor titties, but we don't censor the soft A. Something's really pretty fucking bad. Let's learn about Venezuela.
Breaking tonight off the coast of Venezuela, the U.S. seizing a...
I wanted to know what he knew about Dave Chappelle. But I guess, yeah, this guy, he's not that bad.
Reporting live from Rappers Club.
We'll learn what he knew.
To back you up, especially if an accident wasn't your fault, like the scenario I just shared. You deserve to be paid. They have recovered over $25 billion for over 500,000 clients. So guess what? If something like this were to happen, you can get a settlement or a verdict that can get you back outside and ready for the next place you need to be. So if you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. You can start your claim now by clicking the link in the description or by scanning the QR code on screen from your phone's camera.
According to Chappelle, back in the 90s, when he was younger, he was tipped off by neighborhood OGs about the FBI surveillancing parties, a part of the rise of hip-hop, with the use of special lights during these parties, in which Chappelle would further add that a special hip-hop task force by the NYPD was created to specifically monitor Diddy and the Notorious B.I.G. With that, he would go on to say that they had to have known about Diddy's alleged crimes for a while now, since they've been monitoring him for 30 years. Why is it that this nigga has been under surveillance for at least 30 years, and just now they notice he racketeers and beats up bitches? I bet you, if he was doing all that, I bet you they've seen him doing it for a long time now. But why now? It was strange. No one called the police except for Kid Cudi. Now, Chappelle would not excuse Diddy's actions, but would later reveal a time when he was invited to a party to celebrate the late Nipsey Hussle's Grammy nomination that had the likes of Jay-Z, Snoop, T.I., and Diddy. He would notice the same FBI surveillance lights at that particular party, which appears to be his way of doubling down that enforcement has been watching Diddy for quite some time, and even alluded to conspiracies of Nipsey's killing. So why was Diddy arrested now? In this country, black people have had to fight for freedom, and for a few fortunate black people who have acquired both fame and fortune, freedom has come within their grasp. But according to some, the system doesn't want them too free, and just like Johnson, that freedom can be taken away if they get too powerful or uncontrollable. Chappelle would end his special by telling the audience that they have to be aware that he too could end up being stopped or compromised. My voice has become more powerful than I intended. And before closing the show, he will make one last Israel joke to end the night. Chappelle's Unstoppable special marks his 6th special with the streaming giant, who coincidentally just released a documentary on Diddy from 50 Cent, capturing some of the things Diddy has been accused of over the years before his recent imprisonment. Diddy currently sits in prison serving his sentence of 4 years and 2 months. So let's talk about it more in the comments below. Do you think there's more to Diddy's arrest? And do you agree with Chappelle? Why now? Save the day for the latest news and comedy by subscribing here to our YouTube channel.
I do.
Breaking tonight off the coast of Venezuela, the U.S. seizing a second oil tanker. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem posting this now unclassified video showing that seizure. The U.S. Coast Guard and the Defense Department confirming they apprehended an oil tanker last docked in Venezuela. That's the second oil tanker seized since December 10th, days after President Trump ordered a full blockade on oil in and out of Venezuela.
Things you pay for that actually used to be free. It is a crisp Saturday morning, and you are waking up excited because you know that today is the day they open the Christmas market. You love local vendors, knickknacks, fresh foods, and of course, community functions, which is why you quickly get out of bed, get ready, and head on to the Christmas market. Craft fairs and events are so fun. However, they used to be more fun because once upon a time, they weren't so expensive. Let me explain. As soon as you approach the event center in your car, you notice your first issue. While the event center has plenty of parking, none of it is available for free. Which brings us to the first thing that used to be free that now we have to pay for. parking. Admittedly, it's been a long time since general parking has been free, and this may come as a shock to even the older Trust Me Bro viewers. But believe it or not, once upon a time, most, if not all, public parking was free. But this all began to change, at least in the United States, in the 1930s, specifically January of 1935, when Oklahoma City installed its first parking meter. Parking meters, of course, are the things you ignore when you park somewhere publicly. Joking, they are the place you put in coins so you can voluntarily scam yourself to place your car somewhere to go spend money at a business. I don't necessarily have a personal vendetta against parking meters. However, I do think they're a bit of a net negative for people that are doing some local shopping trying to stimulate the local economy, at least in the modern day. Because sure, in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, there was really nothing besides brick and mortar, unless you count the Sears catalog. However, going to an in-person store was still very much so the rage. But now, in 2025, when you have Amazon and other online retailers, why would you spend money to park somewhere to then go buy something if you could, well, just order it online and get it to your door shipped for free? Now, to be fair, the whole parking lot business has always existed, opening a private parking lot with the sole intention of charging for parking. However, what I'm more specifically referring to here is either public government-owned parking lots or private parking lots owned by businesses now charging as well. As I stated, in 1935, the first parking meter was invented and used by the government, and that invention quickly spread across the entire nation. But it wasn't until the 1950s where other locations started charging for parking as well, more specifically, airports. In the early days of aviation, parking at airports was free, and it was also rather simple. It was typically just a large patch of grass beside the airport leave your car.
Was actually affordable. It was like maybe 30 to 60 bucks or something, which is fine for a plane ticket that, is flown by a dude who's taking his life at risk for 60 bucks a head to every time he flies the plane or whatever. That's really cheap. And then it got really expensive there for a while, like $250 for a ticket or something. And then they started to realize nobody would buy them, so they started dropping them down to like 60 again on Frontier and stuff. And they started making more sales, so they realized that people just won't pay over a certain amount. They just won't pay. They'll decide not to do it.
No worries. But as the demand for travel began to ramp up after World War II,
$5 below that, and I think the industry thinks that like a plane ticket over 100 and I think it's like probably $55 or something like that is just too expensive. So you're willing to pay like probably $155, but they better give you choice of seat with that or something. Otherwise, you're taking an international flight or you're going to someplace weird that's a little bit more complicated or something like that, because there's so much competition in the airplane industry that you could, argue that they should be lowering the prices to compete with each other, but they don't. They sit there around there between 65 and 155, and also I think that is FCC regulated too. They can't just start charging $1,000 for 500-mile flights and shit. They can't do that.
Airport parking began to develop more, and quickly airports realized that, hey, while parking is a great value add, it's also something we can monetize. And monetize they did. And quickly, within a span of only a few decades, airports went from offering free parking to having parking be one of their major revenue generation streams. But because you're an event center in 2025 and not an airport in the 1950s, you submit to your reality, pay to park your car, and begin to head into the event center to experience the Christmas market. As you enter the event center, you feel the wave of warm air and your nostrils are full of Christmas cheer. And it's not, because it was cold out. But before you can even reach the first vendor of this Christmas market, you are met with a table. And behind this table are two middle-aged women named Tammy and Karen. And Tammy and Karen run this Christmas market. And they're not letting you into this craft show until you pay the fee. Which brings us to our next entry that actually used to be free. Admission to craft fair and, well, a lot of public events. For craft fairs and markets alike, there's no specific date when every event organizer decided to charge a cover. However, it's become extremely obvious that over the past few decades, the trend of charging a cover to even enter a market to support local business has become more and more common. And I'm assuming many of my market goers can attest to this. Now, I want to make it very clear that there are still a ton of free markets in the modern day. And there is a small number of markets that simply charge a cover fee to directly support a charity that they are also contributing to. And that I'm fine with. However, in the vast majority of cases, it seems like more and more markets and events in general are simply charging a cover every year to optimize revenue generation. Now here's the deal. I'm not knocking the hustle. I'm a business bro. If you want to charge for people to come into your event, that's totally fine. But I think it's important that we understand the context. A $5 cover at a local nightclub versus the $5 cover at a local Christmas market are two different things, at least in my opinion. And if you want to maximize the number of patrons in your market to ensure that your vendors are able to become profitable, well, I would try to make sure that people can get in for free. And personally, I think the best way to go about this is have entry be free and also make donations optional. That way people are aware of the charity and can give if they'd like without being obligated. But regardless, back to Tammy and Karen. Upon becoming face-to-face with Tammy and Karen, you know there's no way around the situation besides paying them. Because their ugly Christmas sweaters have made it obvious that they're willing to lay their life on the line to ensure you pay admission. However, after paying for parking and after paying Tammy and Karen, you're relieved to be in the place you've been excited about all day. However, you've just been hit with one major issue. With this being a local small town market, you're going to need cash to buy your favorite trinkets. And because of the fees you've already paid, your cash supply is looking low. However, you're in luck because as soon as you notice that your wallet is essentially empty, you notice something in your peripheral. A beautiful, shiny ATM. And this ATM brings us to our next charge that actually used to be free. You see, the first ATM prototypes were invented in the 1960s, but it wasn't until the late 1970s and early 1980s when ATMs began popping up around the United States. During the early days of ATM machines, that being the late 80s and early 90s, ATMs were nearly exclusively owned by banks and either charged an extremely low fee of roughly 10 cents or no fee at all as a free perk to customers of a certain bank. And this tradition is still true to this day. Many of you, if you go to your bank's specific ATM, can take out cash absolutely free, and that's great. However, when you're out and about, or, at a Christmas market or your favorite gentleman's club, you're not going to your bank's branded ATM machine. You're going to a sketchy gray box that is begging for your credit card information. Now look, independent ATMs have been around nearly as long as ATMs in general. However, everything changed for ATM fees in 1996. And the reason for this is because prior to April of 1996, independent ATM owners were actually banned for charging a surcharge on transactions. Meaning that if you were in a public place before 1996, you may receive a charge for using an ATM, but the charge that you were receiving was from your bank for not using their ATM, which admittedly is already sneaky because banks were like, hey, use our ATM, they're free. But if you use anybody else's, we're gonna charge you for using their machine. Wild. Regardless, after a major industry ruling in April of 1996, the ban was lifted, meaning that independent ATM operators could now charge their own direct surcharge on their machines as well. And this opened the floodgates for basically voluntary extortion. Because now, if you're using a generic ATM owned by an independent person, not only are you paying your bank for a foreign fee for not using their own branded ATM, but now you're paying the ATM owner a separate fee, meaning that you're paying two separate fees just to take out cash. And if you're only taking out 20 bucks, for example, you could be paying nearly 20 to 40% of that additionally in fees just to get that cash, which is ridiculous. In 1998, the average combined fee from both the bank and the ATM owner was $1.97 per transaction. However, in 2025, this average has now gone up to $4.86 per transaction just to receive cash from a generic ATM, which of course is the most common. I know this one's a bit on the line because technically there are still free ATMs if you're willing to drive across town, and ATMs themselves were never really free because of the foreign fee your bank charged. However, I think it's kind of obvious to see why this entry fits on this list, because once upon a time, ATMs were cheap and only had one fee. Now, ATM fees have quadrupled, and you're getting charged by multiple merchants just to get cash you already have. This isn't a loan. This is literally your money. Feeling like you're not ready for another scam right now, you actually cancel the transaction after seeing a $20 ATM fee, and you make your way out of the event space. Disappointed because your Christmas market experience was ruined. But it's not gonna ruin your day. You get back into your car after you already paid for parking, and you decide you're going to go to a national park and enjoy some pure nature. Almost immediately after leaving the parking lot, you realize that one of your tires is low and your gas tank is nearly empty. However, luckily, a gas station is not far away. As you pull into the gas station, you find the air pump and park directly in front of it, running into the next thing that used to be free but isn't anymore. As you get out of your car and approach the air pump, you see a price tag, $1.50 for 4 minutes of air. Now, this isn't the most expensive thing you've ever done, but come on, we're paying for air now? And sure, of course, you're paying to use this air compressor. However, this is a gas station, and they're already hyper-optimized for revenue. They have gas, lottery, tobacco, alcohol, fake Labubus, they've got it all. And of course, chips. I think most of the people watching this video have always had to pay for air if they've ever had to pay for air. However, there was a time when these air compressors for putting air in your tire were a free service that in some cases they would even do for you. But we'll get to that in a second. Prior to the 1970s, it was basically commonplace to be offering free air at any gas station. However, during the 1970s, charging for air became more and more of a thing. And it wasn't until the 1990s when it was basically commonplace to be charging 25 cents to $1 for compressed air. And now in the modern day, there is literally air pumps that accept credit cards. And who knows, maybe they'll start accepting crypto soon too. Just think of that utopian future, spending 10,000 poop coin to put air in your tires. What a dream. However, when it comes to compressed air, there is a bit of a silver lining, and some of you are already typing a comment about it right now. And that silver lining is that some states in the United States, while they allow you to charge for compressed air, require that you offer compressed air for free if asked. That's right, this is a scam you can actually work around. If you pull up to an air pump at a gas station and they're charging for air, simply go inside, use your charisma to pass a speech check, and they will turn on the compressor absolutely free, at least in some places where they're required to. As you finish airing up your tire, you pull your car into the bay and begin filling your car with gasoline. Which brings us to our next gas station related thing you pay for that used to be free. But in this case, you don't pay for it, you just don't get it anymore. That being a service. You see, prior to the 1970s, full service gas stations were all the rage. And at these gas stations, not only would they pump your gas for you, but they would also wipe your windows and even check your tire pressure. And this honestly sounds dope and like a good move for safety. Because imagine if you pull up to get gas and somebody who's knowledgeable about cars takes a quick look at your tires, realize there's either a nail in it or your tires are literally bald, and even just, suggests, hey, get that fixed soon, but for now I just topped up the air. That could literally save lives. But of course, it costs money, so it'll never work. As I mentioned earlier, in the 1970s, there was a large transition from full-service gas stations to self-serve gas stations. And with this change came a lot less service and a lot more charges. Now, of course, in the modern day, there are still a few full-serve gas stations that exist. However, gas at these stations are always more expensive, and tipping culture has basically made that experience, well, awkward or more expensive than it probably should be. But yeah, even though you can still technically wash your windows with the dirtiest, stinkiest fluid you've ever seen for free, there was a point in time when if you were getting gas, the gas station was so grateful for your business that they would fill your car for you, clean your window for you, top up your tires, and maybe even tell you that your pinstripe suit looked good. But obviously it's not all sunshine and rainbows, because literally during this time in the 60s and 70s, leaded gasoline was a big thing. And if you don't know what leaded gasoline was doing to people, well, watch some of my serial killer videos. After leaving the gas station, you are finally back on the road and headed to your fortunately local national park. As you drive up the heavily wooded road, you get to the entrance of the park. And as you meet the employee in the little box, you are given a small map, and then they are asking you to pay the admission. Obviously, paying an admission at a national park is commonplace, but that wasn't always the case. Prior to 1972, basically every national park in the United States was free to enter and even camp in. Until, of course, that changed forever. Now, not every national park was free. As a rule, there was a few that were charging small fees, but a vast majority of national parks were completely free to enter and use. However, in 1972, a federal law was amended that authorized recreational fees for every national park. And since 1972, everything has essentially flipped to where now over 111 national parks in the United States charge an entrance fee. And these fees range from $10 to $35 per vehicle, depending on the park. Now, once again, the silver lining is that there are free days at certain parks at certain times, but obviously it is still a stark contrast. Now, once again, I'm not hating on this, and everything on this list isn't like a personal statement, it's just a fact. It used to be free and now it's not. I'm not against national parks having better management and better upkeep. However, with national parks, at least in the United States, for example, being federally operated, it does seem a bit ironic that tax dollars are supposed to be spent on maintaining these parks, but instead we are now paying taxes and also paying to maintain these parks additionally with their taxes. Once again, being double dipped on fees. But with that being said, if national parks are underfunded and need to charge, well, I'm not against it, because national parks are important and deserve to be well maintained. But just know, prior to 1972, they were free. Here's the deal. You kind of forgot that you had no cash, so embarrassingly, you had to turn around. Fortunately, out of pity, the ranger lets you keep the map and you drive home. Okay, this is off topic, but do you smell that? It smells like you didn't shower. And if that's the case, I feel bad for your anime body pillow. But in case you did, you're obviously not using the right stuff, which is why this video is sponsored by Cheeky Soap. Cheeky Soap is my favorite soap company by far, and it was actually founded by this guy.
Hey, Brody.
Over the last year, I got absolutely obsessed with bar soap, but I quickly ran into one major problem. Almost every bar soap that I tried left my sensitive skin feeling dry. It was for this reason that when I first tried Cheeky, I was so impressed that it didn't only smell good, but it literally left my skin feeling moisturized after just one shower, which is why I was so eager to partner with them when they asked me. Not only do they have an amazing handful of core scents in their collection, but on top of that, Cheeky even told me that if we're able to get enough support, they are willing to make a custom Trust Me Bro soap bar. So, if you've never tried bar soap before, or you use bar soap and are looking for something new, I would definitely recommend giving Cheeky a try using my link in the description to not only get a discount, but to help support the channel. Click the link in the description, use my code, and get the starter bundle today to upgrade your showers. I guarantee you will not be looking back. Now, let's get back to the video. As you get back home, you decide that you're just done with the day. The market you were looking forward to was a bust, the park was a bust, and it's now time to just sit on the couch and watch some TV for a bit and really decompress. That is, until you realize that none of the channels that you typically watch are working. And then you get an email on your phone saying that your cable has been suspended because of a failed payment. Which, surprisingly, brings us to our next thing that used to actually be free. You see, before the days of streaming services and overpriced TV channels, television broadcasting as a whole was free. In the early days of television, from roughly the 1930s to 1950s, regular TV broadcasts were free, either being funded by advertisements or, more commonly, public funds. And how the setup would work essentially is if you bought a TV and had an antenna, you could access these channels and have free entertainment on your brand new television ready to go. And this, for decades, was the standard and provided anybody with an antenna access to channels like ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS, and other local channels. Now, granted, these free options still exist to this very day. However, good luck trying to be genuinely entertained by only using free television options. Because even back in the 50s, people were getting bored of that pretty quick, which is why TV began to quickly shift into a monthly paid model, specifically in the 1970s and 80s. What happened during this time with the introduction of cable TV was the additional introduction of specialized channels. And these specific channels focused on things like news or sports and were funded solely by subscription fees and, once again, advertisements. And since that introduction of paid channels in the 1970s and 80s, media streaming has changed forever and evolved quite rapidly since then. And it's kind of ironically evolving so quickly that it's almost repeating itself. And what I mean by that is in the late 2000s and early 2010s, there was a movement online known as cutting the cable, which was exactly what it sounded like. People were fed up because they were paying so many subscriptions just to watch TV. And it truly was getting egregious and expensive, and people had to really make some tough decisions about what channels they were going to subscribe to. It was around the same time when digital streaming was becoming more and more popular, and it was starting to seem like streaming could be a potential alternative to traditional TV. And while it did for some time, I think for the most part it's just kind of repeating itself, because now so many people are subscribed to so many different streaming services at once, they're not even saving money. And now we no longer have specialized channels, we have specialized streaming services, all available on your smart TV. It was reported in a study from 2023 that the average household in America is subscribed to at least 4 subscription services. And with most services being anywhere from $5 to $15 per month, we can average it out to roughly $40 per month, or almost $500 a year in subscription services. I personally have no beef with streaming services, but it is ironic how quickly streaming turned from an alternative to TV to the new TV with the internet. After feeling enraged that the only source of comfort has been suspended because of your lack of funds, you realize that you at least can make your payment without using cash or even leaving your home. So you quickly pick up the phone and dial your cable provider. And they tell you that yes, they can totally take a separate credit card over the phone to reinstate your services. And while this sounds all fine and dandy, this actually brings us to our next, no longer free service. You see, before the 2000s, you could pay most of your bills via the phone, and that was one of the most convenient ways of doing so, because the internet was still early and paying bills was more of a hassle than it is today. But interestingly, as online billing became more and more common, companies wanted to deal with over-the-phone bill payments as little as possible. Originally, because over-the-phone bill payments cost more money, because they had to have a live agent to receive this information and input it. And while that alone is a bit egregious because, well, you're already paying for the larger service, so that small service should be included considering how little time that one transaction takes. What's even more egregious and kind of hilarious is that after real phone attendants were replaced with automated systems, these companies still continued to charge for any bill payment being made over the phone, which is just hilarious. This one might seem like it doesn't really affect anybody because who pays bills over the phone anymore? But realize that just because something doesn't affect you, that doesn't mean it doesn't affect anyone. And for example, just imagine your sweet old grandmother who likes to pay all her bills over the phone because to her, it's still the most convenient way. Well, in the late 90s and early 2000s, that was completely fine. But now, let's say she's paying 5 different bills over the phone, with each of these bills bills having an additional $5 to $10 over the phone fee, your sweet old grandmother could be paying an extra $25 to $50 per month just on fees for literally making her payment to things she already pays for. I don't know about you, but that's not really cool in my book. But regardless of what anybody thinks, it used to be free and it's not anymore. After being told that paying your bill over the phone will result in an extra charge, you decide that it's better to just let the cable default and you can put your energy elsewhere, which is exactly when you notice your Xbox controller on your table. You decide that if you can't watch TV, playing video games is the second best way to truly blow off some steam. However, as soon as you load up the latest Call of Duty, you realize there is a serious problem with gaming. You see, video games never were free per se. However, the video game industry has definitely taken a stark turn ever since microtransactions came around. And no, I'm not talking about mobile apps charging 99 cents to have the full game unlocked. I'm talking about $100 AAA titles begging you to spend an additional $40 on extra skins and DLCs, while also on top of that paying an additional $20 per month for a battle pass. And I'm talking in Canadian dollars, and I'm looking at you, Call of Duty. Like, here's the deal. Video games are expensive, but they're not even complete anymore. Not only are video games, for the most part, released basically unfinished, but they also always drop with additional content that you have to pay extra for, as if the price of the game is not enough. When I was growing up, I loved playing MW2 on the PS3, and it was simple. Get headshots, unlock camos, it was fun and simple, it made perfect sense. Now, if you play Call of Duty, you can unlock some basic camos, but to get the really cool ones in the blueprints and the skins, you can get the battle pass for a monthly subscription, or buy them outright with cash, or you can even buy and stack up your COD points, which has a crazy looking currency because of the acronym. Regardless, within our lifetimes, video games went from being full products with one price to being full games that you could buy additional add-ons later when they decided to create new content for the game, you know, DLCs that were actually additive and worth the money, to now having video games that are both paid and free, doing everything that they can to A, steal your information, and B, make you spend as much money as possible. Like, it's one thing having a free game have additional extras. For example, you know, Fortnite. I think Fortnite's at least reasonable because you can enjoy Fortnite fully, completely free. And there's a lot of user-generated games on there that you can play for free. And sure, there's an item shop that updates daily. If you have at least a bit of self-discipline, you don't have to spend money on there. Although it's definitely a slippery slope. However, with Call of Duty, for example, there is, in my opinion, no excuse to have a full-priced game have so much paid content on top. But if you haven't noticed, this was one of the entries that definitely has affected me personally, which is why it was a bit more passion-filled. But here's the thing. I know my audience, and I know that this was probably one of the most impactful on you guys too, because this literally changed in our lifetime. This wasn't free in the 70s and paid for now. This was literally, hey, games used to be one price, and now it's a cover charge, a surcharge, and everything in between. Basically, everything we've talked about in all of the other sections has happened within gaming in the last 1 to 2 decades, and it's crazy. And it's for this reason that you put down the controller, you turn off Call of Duty, and you decide that you're going to just take a vacation, because you are done with being charged for things that used to be free. And while it may seem crazy for somebody with no money to go on vacation, what's even crazier is the fact that nearly 75% of you watching this video right now are not even subscribed. So I just wanted to say, if you're enjoying these videos and want to see cool videos from me weekly, consider subscribing. And if you are subscribed, consider turning on notifications so you know exactly when I post. And maybe you can get the first comment, because everybody loves people that comment first. But let's move on. Deciding to put your full tires and full tank of gas to good use, you drive yourself to the airport, where you once again get scammed to pay to park, and then you head inside. As of right now, you have no tickets, so you head to the kiosk and begin the process of losing all of your money. The first question that the kiosk asked you is if you are going to be checking a bag. And because you wanted to leave and never came back, you did have a bag you wanted to check. And after ticking off that box, you were instantly met with an additional charge, that being a bag checking charge. And this charge is actually relatively recent. You see, airlines only started charging for checked bags, at least in the US, in 2008, with American Airlines being the first major carrier to introduce this fee on domestic flights. The fee was, air quotes, only $15, but now with this fee essentially being an industry standard and only going up over the last decade, checking bags has gone from being something that was part of your ticket price to now being a scam you can't escape. In 2025, checked bags can range from anywhere from $25 to $60 per bag you check, and that can increase exponentially depending on how heavy your luggage is. And assuming that your original ticket price was only $100 for a short domestic flight, it is now 60% more expensive with a $100 ticket price and now a $60 checked bag fee, and we're only just getting started. After being asked if you wanted to check any bags, the kiosk now asks you if you want to select your seat. Obviously, you don't want to sit just anywhere, so you opt to select your seat. And while at first this may seem like an easy, free feature because it's a first-come, first-served system, you would be gravely mistaken. Because once again, around 2008, airlines started experimenting with charging for seat selection, seeing it as an upsell rather than a common courtesy for people that were booking early. And once again, almost like everything else on this list, something that started out as an experimental charge has now become a significant revenue stream for nearly every major airline. And now, after selecting your seat, you have an additional $20 charge on your original $100 plane ticket. Now that your plane ticket is 80% more expensive than it was originally advertised at, you're certain that it couldn't get any worse. That is, until you're met with the next question: would you like to eat on the flight? And considering the fact you'd be trapped in a metal tube for 6 hours, you decide that eating would be good. But of course, it would not be free. See, most domestic airlines within the United States offer at least some sort of snack on most flights, whether it be a small glass of water or a bag of small peanuts. However, did you know that in the United States, even short domestic flights were offered free meals for the longest time? So when do you think that domestic in-flight meals went from free to paid? Well, the answer, sadly, is 2001. Prior to 2001, almost every flight that was taken, whether it be short haul, long haul, domestic, international, included some sort of free meal. Not snack, meal. However, after 2001, many changes took place, with the one that we're discussing right now being the removal of complimentary meals for any flight that wasn't a long haul international flight. Because those are literally required. Because if you're going in between countries and spending over 8 hours in the sky, they kind of have to feed you. But if you're taking a domestic flight in the US, good luck getting a meal without paying for it. And once again, you pay for this additional add-on, and you have now officially doubled the price of your plane ticket in only 3 clicks by purchasing add-ons for your flight that were all free not even 20 years ago. Except for the meals, but you know what I mean. And with that, you pay for your ticket, print it out, and you go on your lovely vacation. But now you might be asking yourself, hey, wait, in this story, the character walked out of the Christmas market because there's an ATM fee, he turned around at the national park because there was an entrance fee, and he canceled his cable bill because he had no money in his account. Why did you just all of a sudden buy every add-on on the flight? And the answer is truly quite simple. The credit card he used wasn't his. And while credit card fraud and identity theft are no laughing matter, in this hypothetical story, they allowed you to go on vacation stress-free. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, this will conclude the first part of this potential series. If you guys loved this video about things that used to be free that are not anymore, leave a like or leave a comment below saying you want part 2, and I will definitely make it. Unfortunately, there is a lot of things that used to be free that you are now paying for. And if you loved this storytelling format, check out the video on screen right now. It's a video I made about survival myths that would totally get you killed. And that video is also in a fun storytelling format, and those survival myths that you probably still believe are crazy. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. And as always, trust me, bro.
I love it. It's so
Talk about this. Asmongold, YouTuber with 4.23 million subscribers, is now openly endorsing James Fishback, someone I had never heard of.
This is the same guy that said that what he wants to do is bring back the mental asylums and effectively create Arkham Asylum again. This is my guy.
Governor candidate James Fishback faces allegations over a relationship that began when his partner was a minor. Uh-oh. Everybody's just getting more and more Nazi adjacent.
Ad streamer, she's received infinitely many more support than what she deserves. She has been a failure of a streamer for years, and every day and every week and every month and ultimately every single year that she continues to invest into streaming will
So, just a quick background here for anyone who doesn't know. Frogan is a streamer on the Twitch platform who became quite successful as a partner streamer, and for a long time has been, advocating for health, advocating for leftist policies, obviously advocating against the genocide of Palestinians. She's a Muslim woman, and there's not many visibly Muslim women streamers on the platform, and as such has been a constant target by a lot of right-wing individuals online. And obviously she has continued to do her job despite the fact that just by virtue of existing every single day when she goes online, she will get a lot of the worst possible people filling up every single one of her replies. Those same people obviously watch her to be able to take clips and upload those clips to the internet, a lot of which have gone very viral. And it's pretty nuts. If you go on to YouTube and you look up, just search for Frogan. there is a Frogan industrial complex. There are people who, even if you've never heard of her before, are making obscene amounts of money online just by posting hate videos of her. And she happens to be one of the videos that is just like, there are just an endless
They can't stand Palestinians.
Just, you know, I can't believe that they are capable.
Or I think she's Turkish. No, she's Turkish. I'm sorry. I thought she was Palestinian, but she supports Palestine like
over and over
Hassan
again.
is just,
I guess they got a new one. And
she's
the far
Turkish.
right have finally found something that they can mock her once again for.
Yeah, they don't like
the
Turkish
fact that
people.
She has come forward to say that she's having a lot of trouble.
Turkish people are fucking
she
awesome.
Doesn't have as many subscribers as she once had.
Yeah,
and obviously she's currently suffering financially.
Oh wow, you don't have 200 subs. Oh wow!
Sued for copyright infringement. That includes Casey Tron, who, as you all saw,
that is like so much money to me. That is insane. 200 subs.
She was forced
fucking,
to make.
These people are spoiled.
And, at this point, we're not entirely sure whether or not Frogan is going to have to try and settle out of court because of the incredible expenses that are required to take a lawsuit of that nature all the way to a trial, which is also, you know, very, very fucked up and sad. It's just really sad that people are getting silenced online directly through this mechanism because, you know, if you're going to criticize Ethan Klein for a variety of reasons, you better make sure you did your due diligence to not infringe on any aspect of, you know, his copyright so that he doesn't go after you. And, you know, Asmongold has obviously hated her for a very long time as well, and now is obviously celebrating what is taking place.
Basically just further solidify her as a failure. Now, maybe she will hit some windfall in the future that none of us can predict, and then she'll do very well. Maybe that could happen. I can't predict
You mean
everything,
she's a
but
Sans
what I can
mod?
say is that her current trajectory...
You mean she's a Sans mod and he pays her like probably 300 grand a year or something like that. And all those subs, 189 subs at $5 a pop is, you know, $1,000 a month. Yeah, that's not that much, but you know, or no, so yeah, 200 times 5. Yeah, that would be $1,000 a month, which is really good. But it's, you know, but it would be good for me, but it's not good for her. And I get that, but it's also like, that's not her main income. She's a Sans mod, isn't she? Let's go see if that's changed. Is Frogan still Hassan's mod? No, no. Followers are not money. So I think she's right. She's lost all her money because the right wing attacked her, and I have some sympathy for that, unfortunately.
Is not of a shooting star. It's like a meteor that already hit the Earth 2 years ago. You've already been there.
You've never been this mean. I don't know, man. I'm mean. You know how mean I am. I'll rip into pigs. I'll rip into Trump. I'm fucking mean. You're not a mean person. I know you aren't a mean person. Like, you're constantly, like, totally passive. And it's weird here. It's just fucking freaky. You're like throwing stones in black houses. You're throwing stone in glass houses. I was saying, what was I saying? Glass houses? Yeah. You're throwing stones in glass houses. And it's not like you, Zach. I know, because I watched you for like, since, I don't know, 2018 or something like that. I've seen you for thousands of hours, and I just don't, I don't think mean is a good look on you. You're looking like you're balding even worse because you're so stressed out that you worry about attacking leftists.
Been there for a long time. You're in the crater at this very moment.
Why are you attacking another creator who doesn't talk to you? Like, I do it all the time, but it's like, it's like ragging on their spiel or another. I was ragging on their theme or something. I don't personally attack other fucking like other content creators. I will cancel them on my channel and talk shit, but I don't like go in front of 30,000 people and tell somebody that somebody is bad. I'm not an attack artist like that. I'm so glad I stopped watching him. The minute I saw stuff like this, I just stopped. I was like, no. Life's too short to hate watch somebody.
Discretionary funds. So if you just have fun, like you're gonna make money.
No, she's
like, do your fun stuff. I love when I see you. I was just fucking with you, but I really do like when you do.
The problem is that Frogan has done so many things that are problematic and that have made her unlikable that nobody wants to be part of her community. And the problem is that with people like, I don't know, like I can just give out, like people like Destiny or Hassan or me or I don't know, like Denims or somebody like that, they have a degree of redeemable traits that are seen.
Basically people who are successful. Make no mistake, by the way, there is a fuck ton of, like, you know, conservative Twitch streamers, right-wing Twitch streamers, or just fucking culture war dude bros who start and die within like a year or two. Like, I'm not just talking a couple, I'm talking hundreds if not thousands. People sometimes forget that on Twitch there's literally millions of streamers, and the overwhelming totality of them all have between, you know, 2 to 5 live viewers when they're streaming.
Yeah, yep, that's me. That's who I am.
There are very, very few streamers in the tier of the Asmongols, of the Destinies, of the Hassans, right? Those are the 0.00001%. And I can tell you, as someone who has been doing this now for about 6 years, and I'm one of the few people who likes to do YouTube, you know, documentaries as well as live streaming, as well as, you know, trying to do, you know, highlight reels. I like it all.
I like this guy. He's good.
I love to create and do things.
Actually really like it.
I like doing the different formats, but I can tell you this, is that, like, they're totally different struggles, right? Like it's very different to make, create, write, edit, craft, and put together like, you know, the YouTube video essay as it is to just go live and then try to do live coverage and reporting and stuff like that. But I have in my lifetime seen an unbelievable amount of turnover in all political arenas. People on the right, people on the left. Like, it's just really hard.
Turnover is really high in this fucking business, which is one of the reasons why I just stick around every day. Gonna be here for 50 fucking years. I found my life's calling. I'm happy. I don't do this for other people. I don't care about their money. I'm glad when you guys give it to me. I spend it on video games. You know I'm not some rapist. You know I'm not some child molester. You know I'm not some weirdo, because I've been here for years and I don't do shit like that, you know? I don't think he's like that either, particularly because he never leaves the house. They make fun of him for that, but, you know, I leave the house, and so does he, but I mean, like, you know, but they make fun of him for not leaving the house, but remember, you can't be accused that you're like a druggie or a child molester or a criminal or a liar or anything if you never leave the house. The only thing you could be accused of then is you're like an agoraphobe.
Make a living, period, being an entertainer.
That's one of the reasons why I'm a Kikimora, and I'm like proud of it. I'm like fucking proud of it, because it's like if you're not Kikimora, you have agreed. You know, this guy's name is a funny like example. His name is the Surf Times. Yeah, we've been living in the Surf Times since, I would say, 1994? Yeah, around there. 94? To me, 94, I don't know. Other people might be different. 7, 9, 10. No straight. Fuck, no straight. Yeah. Around 94, like I would say, at least in my estimation, suddenly there was like recessions, bank collapses, people on the street drinking. I for the first 10 years of my life, you wouldn't see a single homeless person. You would if you went to New York, but you'd have to go to a big city to find it. You wouldn't see a single homeless person in a small town. You would, but but they're like, you know, but they're like walking through. They've got a guitar on their back and stuff, and they're not looking like they're heroin addicts. You know, they're looking like maybe they don't have any money. And then around 94, it just became the Surf Times, and the rich people decided they would just steal all the money or whatever it is, and then we had our bank crisis and 9/11 and stuff. And I don't know, but oh no, oh no, you're so annoying. I can't. keep relogging into Starfield. You're so annoying. Stop. I'll go do 76 as an excuse. It's fine. You're so annoying. I really wish you wouldn't log me or give me an alarm. Give me an alarm. Give me an alarm now. You log me 8 times a day, and I'm playing games where it takes me 10 minutes to get back in. I really hate that you don't have an alarm. You got to give me a fucking alarm if you're gonna disconnect me.
Chips, please.
And now I'm not betting. All right. Well, we spun the wheel. I will go back now and do probably a bunker sale. Yeah, so I like this game. It plays a lot like 76. Could do the free shop. Suck. Yeah, we'll go with the bunker. Get this terrible shitty music off. I might just have to turn off the menu music. It's driving me fucking crazy. I could turn it back on when I'm inside the game. Do my daily. And then turn it off? Yeah, like turn it off. Because this shit is so fucking bad. I can't stand this fucking... It's like worse than Skyrim. Fucking terrible. I'll just do the store without the music. I'd rather lose this good music than deal with that bad music. Piece of shit, clueless developer. Shouldn't have to turn the sound off. Some of this music and some of these sound effects are frankly like sound warfare. With your brown noise fucking music. Can't find it. Why can't you make that better? Nuka-Cola twist. Nuka-Cola refrigerator for $2.50. Refrigerator. I don't know. Maybe that's a good deal. I don't know. Do I have a refrigerator? I don't know if I have a refrigerator. Ooh, beer mystery machine. That's actually really dope. I want that. Shooting gallery. Ooh, is it agility? Birthday bash bundle for $8.18. Wild cat bundle. Festival of Lights jetpack. Ooh. Festival of Lights jetpack is cool. What is it? Ooh, it's a Hanukkah-inspired jetpack. Fucking dope. Requires a known jetpack plan to craft. Yeah, can I change the skin on my crappy jetpack? I don't like the way my jetpack looks. 300. I think I like that one the best. There's a bunch in there that I actually like. I want my money to come in so I can buy these things. Let's go to the atomic. Oops, not the atomic shop, but the seasons. See, I like this music too. It's so annoying that you do this to me. Fire pillar pyrotechnic kit. Wow, I'm gonna clear like this. Oh, Junkie's backpack, huh? No. What is a Junkie's backpack? It's like a stim backpack. Ooh. Stabbed weaponry meat hook. What even is it? Okay. Taxidermy rad scorpion. How far am I on this thing? Oh, I'm only the 4th bubble. Okay, so fire pillar pyrotechnic kit. Oh, nope. Okay, well, we got a lot of progress through that page. Oh, it's so much better without the crappy music. Yeah, I'm just going to keep it off for the future unless they change the music. Sometimes the menu music's good. Yeah, I go and teleport now. Ooh, I'm going to have a good dinner. I have, what is this, like Asiago and cheese, or it's like artichoke Asiago cheese pasta or something like that. In fact, I can't remember exactly what it is. It's like maybe spinach and artichoke and cheese pasta. And then I have falafel, and then for dessert I have chocolate thunder ice cream or whatever the fuck crazy Native American ice cream that I bought. And oh, that stuff's so good, I can't wait. And it was $3. The ice cream was so fucking cheap at the co-op store. It was $3, so I bought 3. I should have bought 5 or 10. I don't know why I didn't. Oh man, I should go back down there. But oh yeah, I would like a much better jetpack than this. It's annoying that I can't. Fucking developers and their FOMO. I have FOMO about that jetpack and I'm never gonna see it again. And I want to dump $10, but I just don't have it. I don't have it. I have it if I use your guys' money, but that's dog-eared for World of Warcraft Midnight, because I have to buy that. I know I have to buy that this year, so I'm gonna have you guys buy that. I love you guys. Thank you. I don't have to, you know, use my family money to play video games that I feel like I should play on my job because I'm an MMO streamer. So yeah, thank you for buying me WoW Midnight. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much. I love you guys so much. Shout out to Gloribus and all these other people, you know, that constantly come in here and support me. Thank you, Barari, and you know, thank you, Hopkins, and thank you, L. Bauer, and Anime God, and all these other people and stuff. Gloribus and all this. I saw Gloribus a little while ago. Yeah, like, you know, thank you guys for tuning in. Oh, God damn it. Fuck off you. Why am I here? I don't know. So, let's turn on that.
On the internet, and then if you are one of the few people, you know, and I count myself
one
as
of the
those
few
lucky
people
few who have grown to a size.
You're like you're one of the few. Like out of the 2 million, there's like maybe 100. There's like 100 out of the 2 million. The 2 million, and all these kids thought that they would be famous, right? This is why I was like, I think I'm actually set to do well in this stuff because it's like, now what was that music? What was that sound? What the hell was that? Oh, it's like a radio in the world, I think. So let's go see if there's any low-hanging fruit. No. I'm looking for weeklies. Kill any insects is good. That's something I can do right where I'm at. Complete an event in the Meyer region. I don't want to do 3 events. So reroll that one. Come on, something good. Mod and energy weapon is a low-hanging fruit. Cripple with Superman's leg is easy enough. Yeah. Super mutants. Yeah. The dam. There's a Grafton. The Grafton Dam is full of super mutants. For some reason. So I don't like collect any flavor of Nuka-Cola, but I seem to be doing it. I feel like I could go maybe patronize. I don't know. Maybe I should do the Silva Homestead first because that's one of the low-hanging fruit. It's like go kill insects, and that is something I can do. Out here, oh yeah, I should definitely ding the dailies too. So challenges for daily. Collect a teapot. 2 teapots is fine. Scrap jump to produce screws. I know how to do that one. That's low-hanging fruit. Harvest corn, razor grain, or a potato plant. We're about to get that one too, which is cool. And we'll re-roll probably this one, the Nuka-Cola one, because it's fucking annoying, honestly. Give me something else that's better and easier. Eat pre-war food. Okay. I think maize counts as pre-war food. Wild corn, sorry, yeah, wild corn. When I first started 76, I lived here, just north, right over there, for 2 years. And I would pick all this corn every day, because it was a way better game back then for survival, kind of. It was like you had to get food and water, or your experience was fucking miserable. You're like, no, I can't do that. Stupid Starfield. What was I gonna say? So I would pick all this corn. I would go in this building. I would loot that building because it had like a bobblehead and a magazine and stuff. And then I would like, and I would get all the loot in there, and I would sell that loot for caps, or I would scrap it more likely. And then I would cook the corn with water that I got from the river. I would boil water from the river right over there. And I miss it. I miss that the game doesn't require that from me anymore. And I wish they would kind of change it back to be a little bit more survival based, because it's like, but also there's other crazy things like I don't get hungry or thirsty anymore because I went ghoul. So, but it is like that for other players. They do need food and water, and I don't know why. It's a dumb mechanic because it gets really boring. After the first like month or so, you're like, God, I hate food and water. It's just this whip that cracks every time you play the game. It's so annoying. And yeah, I think I got enough corn here. I don't know. Did I get enough corn? I don't know. Somebody else picked this, I think, because it's a daily. It's annoying. And now it won't respawn for like 3 hours. So I don't know, but Assmold is going further right. There, and look how good this loot is. It's like a microscope, which is really good screws, and I think I have a screw daily, actually. Sealed... How does that sound? Ooh. Where did you come from? Do super mutants spawn here now? I should have hit his leg. I forgot. Yeah, I guess they do. Well, shit. I don't know. What can I do to his leg? I can, Man, I guess I need to start carrying a gun, huh? Oh, there, that'll work. If I shoot him in the leg. Yeah. This chain gun's funny. Funnies. This gun is like crazy explosive. This thing's way better than my old chain gun, and it also doesn't weigh anything. This is a way better gun. Fuck yeah. Cool. Well, that gives me a bit towards my super mutant thing. I need teapots, so I should probably go run to the teapot. I'm too heavy now, or no? I guess you just can't sprint if you have a chain gun. So. Yeah, I would come get the seal glue in the toolbox. This toolbox used to be a really big deal because you could get glue out of it, which was good for modding weapons and stuff. And that was back when survival was brand new. So I was like, survival's good. I love it. It's so good. This was a good survival game. And then they just made all the mechanics sort of like dailies, and you get bored of doing it. And I don't know. And I feel that way about Rust now. So I always live by rivers now because I'm just like, I want to be able to step down and drink water. I don't even want to go to the fridge to go get like a jerry can. I just want to drink the water so I don't have to think about it. And it's endless and it's free. And then food-wise, I just keep like 50 pumpkins in a drawer somewhere, and I always just get in, eat, and then I'm done with it for a while, and I have to think about it for a while. That's okay, but it's like at that point, the mechanics are just not worth doing. And that's one of the reasons why I don't play Scum, is because if you sit around, I think Scum's a good game. I've always thought it's a good game, actually. But if you sit around like me and play 3 other games at the same time, on Scum, you end up getting dysentery, you get skinny, and your character changes, and there's all this weird stuff that goes on. And those survival mechanics, in theory, I think they would work for an immersive VR game where you're like really are living in a world like that. But I don't really think it works for Scum, which isn't immersive enough. And so then, I don't know, some food mechanics and water mechanics, I think they should let you switch it out. An industry norm is like they should let you switch those out for a slower run speed or something like that. I don't know, because it's like some of us would prefer to just not deal with it. And I don't know, they do need to fix it somehow. But 76 used to be good, and like you used to really want to come loot this stuff. But now all survival loot feels completely worthless to me for some reason. Even the AKs in Rust, because I left Large Clan and PvP Rust. I left EVE Online, so expensive PvP ships don't mean anything for me. I really felt pretty bitter about Eve this year. They're going to have to like fucking launch a PvE server, and so will Mortal if they want my money ever again. And that's just not who those developers are. I doubt they'll ever kowtow to that. I don't think they will. So I just gave up on them. I was like, well, congratulations. You got thousands of dollars or whatever out of me. At least Eve, no, I know Eve, well, yeah, Eve got like $1,000 out of me or something like that in my lifetime. I would say it was about 1,000 maybe. I don't know. I think it's less than that. No, it's like monthlies. I pay for about $450 weeklies, yearlies, which is, yeah, $600 or something. I've dumped about $100 into Plex, $200 maybe, $800. And then the other 200 I spent on other weird stuff like little weekend packs or gacha packs or whatever. And yeah, if you think about it, CCP was worth breaking relationship with because they did kind of bilk me for like $1,000. It's okay for the 600 to pay the yearly, but any more than that is like kind of like and they got at me gacha with Hypernet and stuff like that, where I was like, oh, I want money for the Hypernet, so I'm gonna buy multiple character trainers so I can go and sell those on the market. And that is gacha in a way. And they were selling it to me through a creator that I do like, who was a mentor of mine in a weird, indirect way, Marquis Dragon. So I was like, yeah, I'll pay Marquis Dragon for MCTs. And I did end up spending like $70 on MCTs and put the number up there at around $1,000, I think it was. So now I could play the game for free forever if I wanted to, but I don't because I just get ganked in high sec and I won't leave high sec because it's toxic everywhere else. So just sort of like, you kind of wrote me out of your fucking game. I was willing to keep doing it even for free. So you kind of wrote me out of the goddamn game. I will not sit there and feel like fucking Eve University is going to gank me in high sec to take me for a fucking endurance or a fucking like a retriever or something like that. And they were ganking my retrievers like every fucking day, and something about my reputation or something like that like made it so they were like, fuck this guy or whatever. They put me on fucking Reddit or some shit, and they trolled me and put me on YouTube in the EVE Online community. And I noticed the EVE Online players stopped coming into my channel, and I was like, I don't fucking care. I don't care what you fucking think in your fucking tiny pond with 20,000 people. I don't fucking care what you think. My town's bigger than that. I know more people than that in Denver. I think it's insane. I really don't give a flying fuck about EVE Online's like characters, like EVE Online players' reception to my personality. I don't give a flying fuck about that. So it's like, but you did write me out of the game with it, sort of. And then I would come over here and I would cap this, and while this thing was capping, and I can't run anymore because they're stupid. Goddamn fucking Bethesda. I'm gonna go scrap up so I can leave. Come on, man, let me put this down. What do you mean over existing build area? What? No, just, oh, you're so annoying. Why do you do this, Bethesda? You're so dumb. Your building priv is so dumb. I know you think it's a necessity because you think people will cheat, but I honestly, who is PvPing in this game? So why do you care about PvP mechanics? Just turn the PvP off. If you're worried about where builds are, you're stupid. Or like force pacifist. Make it a choice between, if you're a pacifist, you can't build in monuments. Oh, sorry, if you're a pacifist, you can build in monuments. If you're not pacifist, you can't. And there to go, solves the fucking problem, and it doesn't kill the PvP either. But you're not smart. You are smart. You don't make wise decisions, or there's something about the design that I don't know about that I'm not, that I'm not seeing, but I'm fairly sure. What do you want? You keep bugging me. My watch is bugging me. What's the battery? 70, okay, good. So, yeah, and then I would like go around to this other house, and I would loot this house, and I would take the, I would take the event. I would loot that house and stuff, and then I would use it all to make like corn soup, which I would sell for my daily allotment of caps, and I would get a lot of corn soup from this wild corn. And then I would run out in the meadow, and I would look for honey and stuff, and other stuff like mobs and stuff, and I would loot tools and that thing. I would go in a whole big circle, and then at the end of it, I was well fed, I was well watered, I was rested, I had Arrested XP. I had lots of loot from this place. Has the best loot in the whole area. And then I would do the daily. I would kill stingwings, and that's sometimes the daily for bugs. And I have the daily right now for stingwings, but somebody killed them all. There's stingwings that spawn here, like 5 or 10 of them, but they're all dead, so I can't get my bug daily done. But and then I would sell the corn soup after I ate some corn soup, because that gives you food and water, so it's a really good resource. And then I would sell everything that I got here, and I would get my daily caps done. And then I would go steal the wedding rings by Camden, because they were good caps, and I knew where ones always spawned that nobody went to. They were like really good caps. And then I would run Camden, and I would do all the dailies. I would kill the zombies there, and I would get my daily lead. And then I would go to Cowspot's Creamery for the milk. And I would go loot all the cows that I knew of to get Brahmin milk, to get rads off of me for free. Because rats were a real problem back then. Rat away and stuff like that. And I really missed that sort of immersive survival gameplay. And back then, the food and the water didn't feel that bad. It felt like it made sense for you to go out and explore the world so you could solve that problem. While I was there getting my daily lead at the motel from the gym by scrapping the stuff, the dumbbells from the gym to get lead, I would do the robot daily, and then I would take the stuff to the Wayrest to sell it to the lady. And then I was like done with my daily. At that point, it's like, what do you want to do? You want to go to the soda factory? I've done everything I have. I have food, water, rested. It doesn't matter. Do you want to wait for events to pop? Could just sit in the base and stuff. The 76 was really genuinely good. Like Rust, it really was good back then. Now it's more about like chew up the content and then look for challenge stuff to do, or season pass stuff to do. So now, collect a teapot. We know where I can maybe get that done, but it's a daily, so probably not. Claim the workshop. What does this mean? Oh, I have to like go over there? Okay. Did you change it? I don't think you normally had to do that, do you? Oh, I guess you do. You always did have to go back, yeah. Sometimes I would go over there. There's a nasty cultist hideout that's like right there. Like, you like see it from here. And there's all these cultists there, and they were really good for loot. I would go there for a while. I would set up all these turrets here, and I would wait for players to come because I figured I would work on my PvP achievement. And I would put turrets down just like this guy did. And didn't I just do this? I thought I just did this. No, I must have left, huh? Okay. Let's see if I can do a sales mission on the truck. And I want survival games to be sort of like that, but they're not really. They're more about like getting to the end game now. Like large clan stuff, or getting kills at the monument and stuff like that. It isn't really about your daily bread anymore. It's more about like getting to the end game. And I think that killed survival. But I also, we complained about the mechanics. I don't think they should have disappeared or been changed. Ooh, wooden stool. I might not have that one. What was I gonna say? And also, I got all the recipes I have are from this. I would do this every day because I was like, ooh, recipe every single time, which was cool. I like a recipe generator, you know. That's how I have all the recipes that I have. I have almost all the recipes in the game. And you know, Once Human felt like that to me for a while, and it was really, really addictive. But now it just seems like this end game grind through the battle pass, getting 50 levels every month or whatever it is. Forget what their wipe schedule is. And like Once Human died for me now, kind of, I think a little bit, really quickly too, because I've just understood that I don't really want to do pointless survival grinds that go to some game that I don't really truly play. Like Rust. Like, I don't want to play PvE Rust, and I've let my base decay, and I've dumped all the loot into the water, basically. Because it's just, you know, I don't care. I don't care enough to log in every day and treat it like a job. And I don't think I'm going to let these games treat me like a job slave anymore unless I get joy out of the jobs. Like right now, picking up these wooden blocks gives me joy. It's like you're wandering around like a tweaker, picking up stuff off the floor, picking up shards off the floor or whatever. It feels fun to me. Now we're gonna go get teapots maybe if I can. Well, see, I don't want to set the sell for me by going to the teapot right now. In this mode, I'm going to bomb out and I'm going to go to the private and then try to do it there. Let's hear what else he has to say about Frogan.
your audience continues to grow and you see more and more growth. Well, that's happening with the occasional like this. And when that happens, that's because some huge name, say like The Quartering, has somehow found one of my videos, made a video on it, and then sent all of his weird little fucking goblins to get in there and to mass flag it. And then all of a sudden your stats might go like that, right? But that happens, and I can usually track it. I can usually find out where that's happened. I can be like, whoa, there's a huge drop. What happened there? And it's like, oh, that was the day that like you got a video, Asmongold made a video about you or something like that, and then that's when a whole bunch of people hate flagged your video or something like that. Frogan has to deal with that every fucking day.
Every day.
Like,
I would quit.
It doesn't matter if she's doing a very controversial stream. It doesn't matter if
it's worse that she worked really hard for many years to get to this place, and then some right-winger comes in because she's a woman and fucking Turkish or whatever, and starts talking shit about her because he doesn't like Hassan. But remember, Hassan came and did the greatest stream, the most profitable stream Asmongold's ever done was Hassan. And it's weird. So then he goes and attacks Hassan's like friends and stuff, and that's weird for you to do. Hassan made you like, I don't know, $100,000 or something. That's a lot of money for me. That's a lot of money to take $100,000 from Hassan, Asmongold, debate, and then turn around and character assassinate this poor lady to the point where she's dealing with all that harassment every single day, and she's not even making enough subs to make it all worth it. And then she's no longer Hassan's mod because she was too loud, and now that's really fucked up. You like kicked her out of the scene, and you're like joyously, gleefully doing it. And I know that you don't like her, so you can just freely do this. I am actually okay with you disliking her, and I don't begrudge him disliking her. That's okay. If he doesn't like her, he doesn't like her. But then sabotaging her and going to her channel and getting them to hate raid and do like speech stuff, which I used to get my first 2 years, but I don't get anymore. I used to really get spams of deceptive practices that the YouTube would stick for some fucking reason, and then they stopped sticking it when whoever was trying to do it to me, YouTube realized that somebody was really trying to hit me for spams and deceptive practices every day for years. So they just stopped letting me be affected by spams and deceptive practices, I think, because they know that I'm not doing that. Every time they come and look, I come and appeal, and they're like, oh, we see that it isn't. But it was like that for I pissed off somebody in the Final Fantasy XI community by playing on a private server, but it's so stupid. The fucking viewership for Final Fantasy XI is like 140 people. Who cares if John Doe from the 140 people like dislikes that I stream Horizon or whatever? I'm sorry, back then it was Nosomi. Was it Nosomi? It was like Wings. I think I started around Wings era or Nosomi. No, it was Nosomi. I was like streaming Nosomi. It was like, how dare you stream Nosomi? And he used to come in and drop this same paragraph every day for like a year. He was such an idiot nerd. I hated him. I fucking hated him. I was like, fuck this idiot troll. I forgot about number one. That was my first troll, right? The number one was that troll. It was just crazy. And he really was offended that I was playing on a private server. And I was like, what the fuck do you care if I play on a 3,000 pop server? What the fuck do you care? Does it harm anybody? It's so stupid. And I would fight with him back when my chat was on, and it was so stupid. And I would ban, and he would threaten to dox. And I noticed that suddenly the same guy was like spam and deceptive practicing me. So then when I just like stopped playing as much like Final Fantasy private just because I was playing so much Rust and Large Clan, he stopped harassing me and doing spams and deceptive practices. But I forgot about that troll. I have like 7 trolls, and he is number one. He was the first one. Kind of crazy. He was there day one. It was like day one. I went up under Final Fantasy XI and Rust and EVE Online. And that's what I went up on my YouTube channel and in my, or not my YouTube channel, but Twitch. That was before I decided to publish. But like, yeah. And that guy was there. He was there for like, I don't know, 15 months. He hate watched all day long. He was there for like 15 fucking months. And he was so angry that I played on private servers, like as a main Final Fantasy thing. And he was also really angry when I jumped to 3,400 follows one day because I was hate rated. And he was like really fucking angry that I jumped to higher than anybody else else in the Final Fantasy XI community overnight. There's only a couple of other people. There's like 2 other guys who were in like Final Fantasy XI that got more follows than me, but I wasn't playing Final Fantasy XI main. I got my follows from Rust. You know what I'm saying? I got my 3,000 follows from Rust. And this, like, and other people really disliked it too. Even on EVE Online, they were like, how dare you get 3,000 follows? You're supposed to be canceled and hate rated and shit. What? You know, and on Rust it was the same. They're like, how dare you get 3,000 follows doing this? And they hate rated me. It was just so dumb. And like these piece of shit, uppity right-wing cocksuckers, like they get offended that you're successful.